367. The monarchy thus does not have to fear the awakening of panslavism as a result of the victory of the Russian Revolution. But a quite different danger will confront it if the peoples of Russia win their freedom. The monarchy and Russia have two nations in common, the Poles and the Ruthenians. The moment these nations gain their freedom in Russia, we will be confronted with the question as to whether they are also prepared to take up the struggle for national unity. The way in which the initial successes of the Russian Revolution have changed the relationship of the Ruthenians to Austria is indicative of this. As long as the Ukrainian nation did not see any hope of liberation in Russia, the Ruthenians constituted a strong support for Austrian power. So convinced were the rulers of their trustworthiness that they could completely abandon the national interests of the Ruthenians to the Poles without any fear of a Ruthenia Erd-Enta. Today the situation is quite different. The awakening of the Ukrainian nation in Russia will without doubt also accelerate the revival of the Austrian Ruthenians. Should the Ukrainians in the Russian Empire win national rights, the rule of the Polish Zlachta in eastern Galicia will no longer be tenable. Austria will then have to grant its Ruthenians national autonomy if it does not wish to have a nation hostile to the state on its constantly threatened eastern border. In the meantime, the Ruthenian people have until now only relatively slowly traversed the path toward a new living national culture. Far earlier than the Ruthenian question, it is the Polish question that will confront Austria with a series of difficult problems. The foundations of a scholarly discussion of the Polish question have been laid by the commendable work of Rosa Luxemburg. For she has shown that the Polish question has to be considered quite differently today from the way it was in 1831 or 1863. Anyone who studies the Polish question today will have to proceed from the fact of the extraordinarily rapid industrial development of the Kingdom of Poland. The development of large-scale industry occurred in the years from 1850 to 1870. The capitalist development of the country was accelerated by the elimination of the customs frontier between Russia and Poland in 1851, the development of the railway system from 1862 onward, and the abolition of serfdom in 1864. Since 1877, Polish industry has been favored by the tariff policies of the Russian government. These developments have constituted the foundation for the emergence of the kingdom's large industries, the textile industry in Lodz and its environs, coal and iron production in the Sosnowiec region, machinery construction and the sugar industry in the Warsaw region. Apart from the St. Petersburg and Moscow industrial regions, Poland is today the most highly developed capitalist region of the Russian Empire. Rosa Luxemburg has pointed to the fact that the interests of the Polish capitalist class oppose the separation of Poland from Russia. A very large part, 362, of Polish industry works for Russian markets. According to an official inquiry, half of the products of Polish industry are intended for sale on the Russian market. In 1886, 141 of the biggest factories in the country are said to have sold 53% of their commodities in Russia. In 1898, the Polish textile industry is reported to have exported at least 50% of its products, to the value of 135 million rubles, to Russia. According to Zukowski, the iron processing industries exported 3/5 of their production onto the Russian markets. This exportation of industrial products is matched by a considerable importation by Poland of foodstuffs and raw materials for industry from Russia. Were Poland to be separated from Russia by a customs frontier, this would mean the end of many enterprises, economic destruction for a large section of the capitalist class in Poland, and also a decrease in employment opportunities and an increase in the price of food for the workers. This leads to the conclusion that the separation of Poland from Russia is unthinkable while capitalist society continues to exist. The liberation of Poland from Russian domination would harm the interests of the capitalists and the workers, hinder the capitalist development of the country, and stop the broadening of the national cultural community. The Poles must therefore, it is said, abandon all hope of founding an independent nation-state in the era of capitalist society. I regard this line of reasoning to be extremely important and remarkable. Nevertheless, there is a good deal more that scholarship has to say on the Polish question. It does not suffice to establish that classes have been created by capitalist development whose interests are opposed to the re-establishment of a Polish state within capitalist society. What should rather be investigated is how the intellectual being of the people, their opinions, desires, and ideas, have been altered by the changed conditions of production and how the changed mentality of the nation is changing the position of the masses on the question of the Polish nation-state. The politics of each class are determined not only by its class interests, but also by its particular class ideology, which is produced by the conditions of social existence. Here too capitalist development has brought about the displacement of the masses from the countryside into the towns and industrial centers. In 1857, the Kingdom of Poland had a population of 4,734,000, in 1897 a population of 9,457,000 inhabitants. During these 40 years, the urban population grew from 1,130,600 to 2,978,000, that is, from 23.5% to 31.5% of the total population. But within the towns, it is the actual industrial centers that have grown the most rapidly as shown in Table 6.1. 5. A rapidly growing section of the population lives in the larger towns, the actual locations of Polish industry. But at the same time, the composition of the urban population is also changing, as shown in Table 6.2. Thus, already since 1880 the number of factory workers has been greater than that of artisans. Today it is at least twice as 363. Table 6.1 Polish towns of more than 10,000 inhabitants and their populations, 1,857 to 97-year towns with more than number of inhabitants 10,000 inhabitants of these towns 1,857 7,246,000 1,872 15,524,000 1,897 35 1,756,000 Source, Kossucki, Rozwoje Ekonomiczne Królestwo Polskiego, 201. Table 6.2 Composition of the urban population in Poland for selected years, 1855 to 1900 year artisans, in thousands, factory workers, in thousands, 1,855 85.9 56.4 1,866 94.9 69.2 1,880 104 to 110 121.8 1,888 124 160 to 168 1900 130 to 140 300 Source, Kossucki, Rozwoje Ekonomiczne Królestwo Polskiego, 201. Great. If we remember that among those counted here as artisans there are also many proletarians and others dependent on capital, we see that the proletarians are increasingly stamping their character on the towns and industrial regions. How, then, do these social changes affect the position taken by the Polish people in relation to the demand for a Polish nation-state? In the first place, we are interested here in the position of the industrial working class on the Polish question. We have seen how the revolutionary mood gives rise to naive cosmopolitanism among the workers of the historical nations and naive nationalism among the workers of the non-historical nations. The Polish nation finds itself in a curious intermediate position. On the one hand, it is a historical nation, incorporating not only oppressed and exploited, but also ruling and exploiting classes, the Polish nobility, and, already today, the Polish bourgeoisie. On the other hand, however, the Polish nation is an enslaved nation that suffers under the yoke of Russian foreign rule. The contradictory position of the Polish workers on the national question is a result of this. On the one hand, the Polish worker is conscious of his class opposition to the Polish nobility and the Polish upper bourgeoisie. Exploitation does not coincide here with foreign rule. Whereas the Czech worker labors for a German industrialist, the Polish worker confronts in his immediate class adversary a Pole the large-scale landholder, and, already today, the industrialist. The nation-state ideal is initially manifested here as an ideal of the nobility and the bourgeoisie. The worker has nothing in common with these two. 364. Groups. On the other hand, he sees in the Russian, German, and Jewish workers comrades in suffering and struggle. The revolutionary instinct of the Polish worker thus leads him, like every worker of a historical nation, to naive cosmopolitanism. However, on the other hand, the Polish nation lives under Russian foreign rule. The class state, which guarantees the system of exploitation and dispatches its police and soldiers against the workers engaged in struggle, takes the form of a foreign, Russian power. The revolutionary worker's desire for liberty produces the yearning to throw off the yoke of the foreign state. The revolutionary instinct of the Polish worker thus leads him, like every worker of an oppressed nation, to naive nationalism. Two fundamentally determinant factors thus struggle with each other in the minds of the Polish workers. And it is the forming of each of these general determining factors, both of which arise from the revolutionary instinct of the working class, into a political agenda that has given rise to the two socialist workers' parties of Poland, the Polish Socialist Party, PPS, and the Social Democratic Movement of the Kingdom of Poland, SD. The contradictory sentiments of the Polish proletariat are reflected in the antagonism between the two socialist workers' parties. The internal contradiction inherent in the fact that the Poles are not a non-historical but a historical nation and nevertheless an oppressed nation is manifested in the conflict between the two parties. It is foolish to see the split in Polish socialism as the personal fault of the comrades engaged in struggle and to deplore it as the product of Marxist intolerance, as some say, or as the result of economic ignorance, as others say. Both the workers' parties in Poland have emerged equally necessarily in that each has become the expression of one of the contradictory sentiments of the Polish working class. But because each of these two sides of the consciousness of the Polish proletariat has been embodied in a particular party, this difference assumes a starkness that corresponds no longer to the character of proletarian consciousness, but to the doctrinarism of the intelligentsia. The Polish working class, for which Tsarism still makes education within a working organization impossible, requires, as does every young proletariat that has just awakened, the leadership of the socialist intelligentsia. But this intelligentsia has learned in a hard school. Excluded for decades from any direct practical influence and driven abroad by the thugs of the Tsar, it has acquired that peculiar doctrinarism that we know so well from our own history. The Polish intelligentsia has all the merits of the German rationalism of the 40s. The passionate striving for knowledge, for the theoretical deepening of every problem, the salutary contempt for the narrow-mindedness of the bourgeois realpolitik that is prepared at any moment to sell the great idea of the working class for a plate of lentils, and the fierce determination to engage in a struggle full of sacrifices once the correct goal has been recognized. But it also 365. Has all the vices that accompany these virtues, the incapacity to unite all forces in pursuit of the nearest goal, the inclination to split the forces of the working class today in disputes over schools of thought that will be significant only for the resolutions of future decades, and the inclination to sacrifice the necessities of the class struggle for the sake of the critique of theoretical errors. The intelligentsia, in which the misery of exile, of enforced inactivity, has cultivated these virtues and vices, has now seized hold of the internal contradiction in the prevailing mood of the working class. Only against this background can we explain those curious phenomena that are barely comprehensible to Western European workers. In an era when the power of Tsarism has not yet been broken, in which the fighters of the working class are incarcerated, shot, and hanged daily, the workers of Warsaw and Lodz are quarreling over whether the relationship between Russia and Poland should be regulated by the Constitutive Assembly in St. Petersburg or by the Constitutive Provincial Assembly in Warsaw, whether they should demand the 8-hour day from the Russian Duma or from the Polish Assembly, whether Poland needs Russia's markets or not. At constant risk to life and liberty, meetings are held and newspapers and leaflets secretly printed that oppose not Tsarism or capitalism but the opposing Socialist Party. The Polish working masses, however, do not understand this struggle. The reports of both parties are in agreement that often enough the same workers applaud the speaker of the SD one day and the spokesman of the PPS the next. This is not, as the parties are wont to complain, due to the immaturity, to the still low level of schooling of the Polish proletariat. How could the individual worker comprehend the struggle of the parties when one gives expression to one side of his being just as well as the other does? It is rather the case that the immaturity of the Polish workers caused by capitalist exploitation and state oppression lies behind their inability to put an end to the fratricidal struggle that is diminishing the power of their class. But the more the proletariat is educated by the struggle itself, the faster the proletarian organizations grow, and the more the intelligentsia is forced to test the formulas finely honed in their former period of exile in the daily class struggle, the stronger becomes the need of the Polish proletariat for a unified class politics. The emergence of the new course within the PPS was, although it may have initially led to further divisions, certainly a clear sign of the strengthening of the movement for unity in the Polish working class. The primary aim of this unified proletarian policy in relation to the national question can be nothing other than the autonomy of Poland within the framework of the Russian Empire. This autonomy has become necessary due to the cultural development of the Polish nation under the influence of capitalism. Here too the development of capitalism has a tendency to widen the cultural community. The Polish worker is linked to the nation by bonds that are quite different from those that link the Polish peasant to the nation in 366. 1863, and the Polish peasant is also being gradually incorporated into the nation. The progress of the medium-sized property at the expense of the small proprietor and the zlachta over recent years will here too form the foundation of the capitalist reorganization of agriculture, of the close integration of the peasant into commodity production, of the transition to more intensive cultivation. Even though the peasant in Russian Poland today can hardly be regarded as a modern farmer in the Western European sense, capitalist development will undoubtedly create the modern farmer here as well. The circle of fellow nationals is thus being extended here, too, as it is among all capitalist nations, on the one hand due to the fact that the sons of peasantry are becoming workers and, on the other, due to changes to the nature of the peasant economy, and thereby to the psychology of the peasantry as well. However, it is as a result of this that the effects of national oppression are for the first time becoming visible to the popular masses. It is now no longer the nobility alone, but also the great mass of the people, that have an interest in the development of the national culture and in establishing a national education system. At the same time, the self-awareness of the great mass of the people is also increasing. Hating all oppression, they will now tolerate least of all oppression in its most visible form, that of foreign rule. The struggle for the rights of the Polish language has now become their national struggle. The Polish socialists must themselves become the spokesmen for these demands, which, although once only the demands of the nobility, have now also become, through the extension of the cultural community and the increase in the self-awareness of the masses as a consequence of capitalist development, the demands of the workers. Were they not to do this, the national bourgeois parties would give the workers a place within their ranks. A socialist party that does not want to make itself the spokesman for the national demands issuing from the class situation of the working class would be neglecting its first duty, the constitution of the working class as an independent political party. However, if the Polish socialists want to ensure for their nation the unrestricted development of their national culture, they can do so not through an atomist centralist constitution on the Austrian model, but only through national autonomy. Like the workers of all the nations in Austria, the Polish workers in Russia will also initially have to fight for national autonomy. The very diverse cultural levels of the individual parts of the Russian Empire are also forcing the Polish workers into the struggle for national autonomy. The social composition of Poland is fundamentally different from that of the other parts of the empire that have a low level of capitalist development. Were the whole Russian Empire to form a unified administrative region, the Poles would be inhibited by the weight of the great peasant masses of the empire and would be artificially maintained at a lower cultural level than that corresponding to their own economic development. It is precisely the fact. 367. That Poland is more advanced in capitalist terms than most other parts of the Russian Empire that is becoming the driving force of the struggle for Poland's autonomy. It is not our task to inquire into the question of which constitutional forms could satisfy this need of the Polish workers for national autonomy. We are interested rather in the question of whether we can regard national autonomy as the final result of Polish development within capitalist society, or whether this development will push still further to the complete separation of Poland from Russia. Let us first assume that the Polish workers managed to gain national autonomy within the Russian Empire. If this were the case, the development of Russian Poland would hardly raise the Polish question in the context of capitalist society. The needs of the class ideology of the workers and peasants would be satisfied, class interests would prevent the bourgeoisie and the working class from completely severing the ties still linking Poland with Russia. The dream of Polish unity would still not be forgotten, just as the Germans of Austria have not forgotten the great German idea. But it would initially lose its immediate political force in Russian Poland. The center of gravity of the Polish question would lie not in Russian Poland, but in Prussian Poland. The day the Russian Empire has to grant the Poles national self-administration, the oppression of the Poles in Prussia will no longer be tolerable. Perhaps no one understood this as early as Bismarck, who in 1863 already opposed the pro-Poland party in St. Petersburg because he had already recognized by then the danger for Prussia that lay in peace between Russia and Poland. On the day after the realization of national autonomy in Russia, the Polish question will essentially be no longer a question of the internal development of Russia, but a question of the internal development of Prussia. What form this development will take we do not know. It is certainly not inconceivable that in the context of a great world war in which Germany would become involved as a result of its imperialist policies, a Polish rebellion would emerge, dragging in its wake large sections of the populations in the Polish parts of the Russian Empire and Austria. At present no one can say whether this will happen, whether at such a moment of warlike upheaval the Poles will also have the possibility of creating a national unified state. This can be decided just as little by intellectually stimulating essays on the theme of the necessary aspiration of every state toward an independent state existence as it can by penetrating economic analyses of the class interests of the bourgeoisie in Russian Poland. It will be quite a different matter if the Polish workers in Russia do not manage to gain national autonomy. The struggle of the Polish people for national autonomy will not then come to an end. It may be possible to contain the Polish workers for a few years with prisons and gallows, but their struggle will always come to life again. The contradiction between an intolerable 368 constitution and the cultural development of the nation pushes repeatedly toward revolution. But where this struggle for national autonomy will lead, no one can say. Through struggle the masses make the idea of national liberty their own. It may be the case that at a favorable point in time they gain national freedom within the framework of Russia. But who can deny that they could well come to despair of winning their freedom in Russia, and that, at a suitable moment, perhaps again in a time of war, they may seek the conclusive answer to both the question of national freedom and that of national unity with weapons in their hands. At such a moment, the proletariat will not consider whether it needs the Russian markets. The class ideology developed over decades of struggle will be at this point in time stronger than all sober consideration of class interest. And if Polish peasants and Polish workers, despairing of Russian democracy, were once again to risk the bloody struggle for the freedom of Poland, even the resistance of the bourgeoisie would be fruitless. During a revolution born by the proletariat, no bourgeoisie can dare to oppose the all-powerful ideology of the entire nation. For Austria, the Russian Revolution is above all a Polish question. These considerations thus show that the opinion of Engels that Austria will collapse under its own weight following the victory of democracy in Russia is not tenable. If Russian democracy triumphs and national autonomy is realized within the Russian Empire, Austria will have to accelerate its own development toward national autonomy for the sake of its own Poles and Ruthenians. A new force will then add itself to the tendencies with which we are already familiar and that are leading toward the organic regulation of national relations within Austria. However, in this case, a Polish rebellion can ignite no longer in Russia, but only in Prussia. If one imagines a scenario in which the collapse of Austria is initiated by an uprising of Austria's Poles, This threat will come not from the Russian Revolution, but from a Prussian Revolution. The situation will be different if the revolution in Russia is defeated. The struggle of the Polish people in Russia could then turn into a national revolution, which could possibly spread to Austria. The continued existence of the monarchy is thus threatened not by the victory, but by the defeat of the Russian Revolution. However, even in this case, this threat will emerge only if a particular constellation of world politics makes a Polish uprising conceivable. To be sure, one frequently encounters other conceptions. In Austria, certain politicians play with the idea of placing the Polish question in the service of Austrian policy, as was advocated by some diplomats during the Crimean War and during the Polish uprising of 1863. Some Polish politicians are placing their hopes in Austria's declaring war on Russia during a Polish uprising, liberating Poland, and unifying it with Galicia to form a Polish kingdom ruled by an Austrian archduke. In this case, the Polish question would thus not only not initiate the dissolution of the Danubian Empire, but would, on the contrary, considerably supplement its power. I regard this plan, sometimes still delighted in by Austrian patriots and Polish revolutionaries, to become 369. Completely pointless. In the first place, one must not forget that, as we know, the monarchy still faces harsh struggles between the two halves of the empire and between the individual nations before it will be able to implement national autonomy. Thus, the internal situation hardly permits it such a bold foreign policy. One must also not forget the strength of dynastic solidarity, which would hardly allow the Habsburgs to ally themselves with the Polish and Russian Revolution. We must also have a clear understanding of the fact that were Austria to want to re-establish an independent Poland, it would undoubtedly face an adversary not only in Russia, but also in the German Empire. At the same time, the moment would come for Italy to address the question of the ownership of Albania and Trentino. Thus, if Russia and Austria were locked in conflict, war in the Balkans would also ignite. And how would all this affect the nations of Austria? Would the Germans willingly enter a war that was directly or indirectly also a war against the German Empire? Would the southern Slavs let their troops be sent in against the Slavic Balkan states? It may be highly lamentable that we cannot hope that Austria will place its sword in the service of the revolution in the Russian Empire. But it has to be said that we must abandon this hope once and for all, since, incomprehensibly, otherwise level-headed politicians are still pinning their hopes on this dream. The other contingency, still mentioned on occasion, is not much more probable, that Russia will liberate its Poles, conquer Galicia, and then form a Polish kingdom out of Russian Poland and Galicia. The Russian government is known to have entertained this plan in the 1870s prior to the Russo-Turkish War. But this course is not practicable for Russia before it grants its Poles autonomy and satisfies the desire for freedom among its own peoples at least to some degree. Today, this path could certainly be taken not by an absolutist Russia, but only by a Russia that was, if not already democratic, then at least constitutional. However, a constitutional Russia will surely be occupied for some time with concerns quite different from that of a war with Austria. Apart from anything else, Russia's financial problems constitute a barrier to such a policy. And for Russia, too, this policy would not be free of danger. Without doubt, it would have to conduct this war not only against Austria, but also against the German Empire. However, as improbable as the idea may sound today that the Russian Empire will have its army corps go to war in order to realize Poland's liberty and unity, it is far more plausible than the hope held by some Poles of an Austrian intervention on their behalf. But for such a Russian policy, the liberation of the Poles and Ruthenians living in Austria would certainly constitute not an end, but a means. Its aim would be to inflame the passions of the people with the agenda of national freedom in order to drive the people into a war of conquest. One would talk of the Poles and Ruthenians and mean Constantinople and Salonika. It is thus clear that such a policy would entail not the old principle 370 of nationality we have discussed, but a completely new one, issuing from other forces and serving other ends. A defeat of the Russian Revolution could transform the struggle for autonomy by the Poles within the Russian Empire into a revolution for complete liberty and unity, given that there is a prevailing constellation in world politics that promises victory to a new Polish uprising. A victorious Russian Revolution would make the Polish question above all into a Prussian question. A Polish rebellion would still remain possible, but only as long as capitalist militaristic rule prevails in Prussia in the moment during which the forces of the German Empire are tied down by the intrigues of world politics. Finally, it is conceivable that in the distant future a democratic or constitutional Russia will undertake a war against Austria in order to separate the Poles and the Ruthenians from the monarchy. However, this too would be possible only if Russia were to avail itself of the Polish and Ukrainian question in order to give a war of capitalist expansion the appearance of a war of national liberation. The Russian Revolution in the context of bourgeois society is thus not yet pushing toward the separation of Austrian Poles and Ruthenians from Austria. In itself, it will thus also not lead, as Engels argued, to the collapse of Austria, toward which the separation of Galicia would perhaps constitute the first step. The Russian Revolution does not in itself represent a threat to the continued existence of the monarchy. This will be the case only if the tensions in the East are resolved by a great upheaval at the level of world politics. It is neither the Polish nor the Ruthenian question that will tear Austria apart. It is rather the case that the Polish and Ukrainian question will be resolved when Austria is torn apart by the upheaval made possible by the policies of capitalist expansionism. We thus find ourselves faced with a new task. We must examine the essence of modern imperialist politics and thereby the essence of modern foreign policy in general. Here we can of course contribute only a brief sketch to this difficult investigation. Nevertheless, it will become clear that this investigation is worth the effort. By inquiring into the roots of modern foreign policy, by uncovering the internal social antagonisms that give rise to it, we will at the same time show how the foreign policies of the highly developed capitalist states give a new meaning to the principle of nationality. By raising this question, we will see to what extent capitalist society is generally capable of realizing the principle of nationality, of satisfying the needs of the nations for an independent state. Only on this basis can the socialist nationalities policy be completely defined. The roots of capitalist expansionism. The foreign policy of modern capitalist states always serves economic policy interests. Foreign policy seeks to promote concrete economic interests by 371. Bringing the weight of state power to bear. Since the power of the state is an indispensable instrument for the attainment of the ultimate goal of foreign policy, it can readily come to pass that, over a period of several decades, states perceive no other political goal than that of maintaining or improving the balance of power between themselves and other states, and that, over decades, there is consequently no mention of the fact that the desired balance of power constitutes merely a tool of economic policy objectives. An example of aspirations toward political power temporarily becoming independent of their economic policy foundations is offered by the era, now partially obscured by subsequent historical events, in which the system of European equilibrium appeared to be the sole objective of all foreign policy. However, now that the problems of a small Europe have paled in the face of the great issues of world politics, it is again being revealed, even more clearly than in the past, that the power aspirations of the capitalist states always harbor economic policy aspirations. The economic policies of the capitalist states always serve the objective of ensuring capital spheres of investment and markets. In the capitalist economy of a country, a portion of the monetary capital of the society is always removed from the circulation of industrial capital. To be sure, this released monetary capital flows into the banks and is from there guided into the sphere of production again. But a period of time always passes before the monetary capital removed from one part of the social production process is employed in another part of the social production process to purchase instruments of labor and labor power. Thus, at any one time a portion of the monetary capital of the society is brought to a standstill and lies fallow. If a great deal of monetary capital is brought to a standstill, the reflux of the released fragments of capital into the sphere of production proceeds only slowly, and the demand for means of production and labor power sinks. This means an immediate fall in prices and profits in the industries producing the means of production, a hindering of the trade union struggle, and a reduction in wages. However, both phenomena also have an effect on those industries that produce consumer goods. The demand for goods that directly serve human consumption sinks because, on the one hand, the capitalists who draw their income from industries producing the instruments of labor realize lower profits, and because, on the other, higher unemployment and falling wages diminish the spending power of the working class. Prices, profits, and wages thereby also decrease in the consumer goods industries. Thus, the removal of a large part of the monetary capital from the circulation of capital results in falling prices, profits, and wages, and increased unemployment throughout industry as a whole. However, once established, this movement itself engenders forces that decrease the income of the capitalists as well as that of the workers still further. For, if the possibilities of sale diminish for all goods, the turnover time for 372 capital increases. It takes a long time for finished products to find buyers and thereby to change into money again for the capitalists. The greater part of the total social capital thereby assumes the form of commodity capital, whereas the lesser part has the form of productive capital. Put in another way, within the turnover time for capital, the production time constitutes the lesser part, the circulation time the greater part. 6. The prolongation of the turnover time for capital results in the same capitals being converted less often, in its setting a smaller number of hands in motion and therefore producing less value, and, given a constant rate of surplus value and an unchanged degree of exploitation of the workers, it's producing a smaller quantity of surplus value. Thus, the rate of profit sinks. The demand for labor power is hereby also diminished, for it is only productive capital and not commodity capital that purchases labor power. It is only during production time, not during circulation time, that capital requires human labor power. Every change in the relationship between unproductive capital and invested capital, between productive capital and capital in circulation, between production time and circulation time thus completely transforms the face of capitalist society. Labor is the creator of all value. However, capitalist society temporarily reduces the quantity of labor executed in the society by leaving capital fallow instead of using it to purchase labor power. It accumulates unproductive capital on the one side and an army of the unemployed on the other. It is temporarily unable to provide the unemployed with work because it leaves its capital lying fallow, and it cannot utilize its capital because it leaves people idle who are capable of and willing to work, shuts them out of the production process and thereby out of the circulation process. In that it deprives them of the goods of this world, it denies itself the possibility of increasing its wealth. 7. This insight is very important for our purposes, since only now are we in a position to understand the goals of capitalist economic policy. It strives to acquire spheres of investment for capital and markets for its commodities. We can now see that these are not separate tasks, but in fact one and the same task. If I open a sphere of investment to unproductive capital, tempting it into the sphere of production with the prospect of additional profits, I bring about commodity sales. For it is not unproductive monetary capital, but productive capital, which purchases goods. In the first place, it purchases instruments of labor and labor power, it provides workers with employment and thereby increases the demand for consumer commodities, it grants its owner surplus value, thereby increasing his spending power and further increasing the demand for commodities. If I open up spheres of investment to capital, I thereby provide commodities with a new market. And inversely, if I open up a new market for commodities, the turnover time of capital is shortened, profits increase, an increased demand emerges for disposable capital, and unproductive capital flows into the sphere of production. If I open 373 up a new market for commodities, I also create new spheres of investment for capital. Protective tariffs constitute an important means to this end. If a tariff is to protect an existing industry against foreign competition, its immediate aim will be the safeguarding of commodity sales. However, in this case it also indirectly constitutes a safeguard for the sphere of investment for capital. If local industry were to be defeated on the market by its foreign competition and lose its market, a part of the capital invested would necessarily flow out of the threatened industry and the quantity of unproductive capital would increase. Thus, if a tariff is to protect an existing industry, its immediate goal will be the safeguarding of the market and its indirect goal the safeguarding of the sphere of investment for capital. The inverse applies if a protective tariff is to provide the basis for the creation of a new industry in the country. In this case, capital is lured into the production sphere by the prospect of high additional profits. And once a part of the capital rendered unproductive has found a productive area of investment, this results in a growth in demand on the commodity market, in a direct growth in the demand for instruments of labor, and finally also, since the purchasing power of both the capitalists and the workers has increased, in a growth in the demand for consumer goods. The protective tariff thus always serves the development of spheres of investment as well as the safeguarding of markets. Its ultimate objective is to better structure the relationship between unproductive and productive capital, between the production time and the circulation time of capital. At the stage of capitalist development which the states in the European cultural sphere have reached in the last 2 decades, tariff protection changes its function considerably. 8. Modern tariff protection is in the first place tariff protection of cartels. It aims to enable the capitalist of the economic zone, protected against foreign competition by tariffs, to form a cartel. As soon as this has been achieved, the tasks of tariff protection expand again. It has no longer the function of protecting the local market against foreign competition, but that of promoting exports, of supporting the struggle for the world market. Let us attempt to comprehend this curious phenomenon. Let us imagine a trust that, shielded by a wall of tariffs, completely controls the market in one country. How will such a trust fix the prices of its commodities? It will sell the commodities not at the highest price attainable, but rather at that price at which it makes the highest profit. The profit that it makes on 100 kilograms of its commodity is equal to the difference between the price of the 100 kilograms and the cost of the production of the 100 kilograms of the commodity. The total profit is thus equal to the product of the quantity of the commodities sold and the difference between the price and the cost of the unit of weight. If we call the number of units of weight sold Q, the price of the unit of weight P, the cost of the unit of weight C, the total profit P, then P, Q, P, C. The higher the price of the unit of weight, the 374. Smaller becomes the quantity of commodities sold, and the smaller the quantity of commodities that can be produced, the higher the cost of each unit of weight. The greater carat is, the smaller becomes Q, but the more crises. The trust will thus seek to set the price P such that the product of Q, P, C, is as great as possible. It cannot set P too high, since the diminution of Q and the increase of C will reduce its profit. But also not too low, since in the case of a low price for the unit of weight, the profit per unit of weight is also low and therefore, despite the increasing quantity of commodities sold, the volume of profit will not be high enough. If we imagine, instead of a trust, a cartel composed of independent enterprises, the determination of price is much more complex. Here, the larger factories with modern equipment, for example, will want to fix the price at a lower level, because, with a lower price, they can rapidly increase the quantity of commodities sold, can rapidly reduce the costs of production, and thus, a price that is not too high will mean a very high product of Q, P, C, for them. On the other hand, smaller or technically backward factories will press for a high cartel price, because they are unable to substantially increase their production or to reduce their costs to any great degree and can thus increase their profit only by way of a high price per unit of weight. As a result, a struggle of interests emerges within the cartel in regard to the fixing of prices. The fixed price is a result of power struggles. The cartel price is here a resultant of pressures exerted by the individual enterprises in regard to the determination of prices, whereby the pressure exerted by each individual enterprise is oriented to fixing P such that the product of Q, P, C, it realizes is as high as possible. Thus, the cartel is also confronted with the problem of how it can keep the price as high as possible without reducing sales and increasing costs. The cartel solves this problem by selling its commodities at a lower price abroad than at home. Let us assume that the cartel resolves to sell its products abroad at cost. It does not then realize any profit abroad. However, sales abroad enable it to produce on a large scale, with the result that its costs per unit of weight sink. This makes it possible to maintain prices at home at a higher level. For, as we know, the raising of prices is always in conflict with the consideration of the quantity of sales, on the one hand, and the consideration of the costs of production, on the other. As soon as it is possible to maintain the costs of production at a low level through cheap sales abroad, although the domestic price is high and the saleable quantity of commodities therefore relatively small, one of the two factors restricting price increases, namely, the consideration of production costs, no longer applies. Only the consideration of the quantity of commodities that can be sold at a high price at home remains. Cheap sales abroad thus permit the fixing of the domestic price at a higher level than would otherwise be the case, while at the same time suppressing costs. Cheap sales abroad thus constitute a means of increasing profits on the domestic market. This practice is naturally even more 375 advantageous when it is possible to sell the commodities sold abroad at a profit, too, even if this is a smaller one than at home. However, if the expansion of production rapidly reduces costs, it is even advantageous for the cartel to sell below cost, since the losses on the foreign market are more than adequately balanced by the higher profits at home that this export practice makes possible. These considerations everywhere lead the cartels protected by tariffs to sell more cheaply on the foreign market than on the domestic market. This practice is less significant in times of a favorable business climate. On the other hand, it assumes an ever-increasing relevance in times of depression. Should an economic crisis develop, a cartel restricted to the domestic market will have to reduce its prices. Far too few commodities can be sold at the high prices of the boom period. The low volume of production will also increase costs, and the profit of the enterprises in the cartel will thereby be reduced. The possibility of selling more cheaply abroad prevents a reduction in the prices set by the cartel at home. The cartel sells off a part of its product at a low price abroad and is thereby able to continue to produce on a large scale, with the result that its costs do not increase. This enables it to maintain its prices at home almost at boom levels without any substantial increase in costs. Radically cutting the price of exports, the infamous practice of dumping, thus constitutes an unavoidable tool of the prices policy employed by the cartels protected by tariffs. This prices policy also appears useful to the economy as a whole when one examines the relationship between unproductive and productively invested capital. Selling abroad at a low price creates a market for production and an outlet for the economy's commodities. Production can take place on a large scale, and capital thus remains tied to the sphere of production. Selling abroad at a low price thus also means a sphere of investment for domestic capital. The diminution of unproductive capital here, however, means, as it does everywhere, an increased demand for all commodities, including labor power, and thus higher profits, prices, and wages. We thus arrive at the unexpected result that it is advantageous for the entire economy if we sell our coal, our iron, and our sugar abroad at a lower price than that paid by the domestic consumer. This fact is now acquiring an enormous importance in terms of the world economy. In the states that already have tariff protection, there is no longer any talk of reducing tariffs. The most powerful capitalist groups, the capital united in the large cartels, and the large banks that dominate these cartels now have a substantially greater interest in tariff protection than before. The victims of this prices policy, however, are the free trade countries. The price of steel in England, and therefore also the conditions of competition in the English steel industry, depend no longer at all on internal production conditions, but on whether the American Steel Trust or the German Steel Works Association 376. Finds it necessary to sell its commodities at a lower price on the world market in order to increase its profit on the domestic market, which is protected by tariffs. In England, this means rapid and sudden changes to the prices of iron and steel, rapid changes to the conditions of competition in English industry, and the wiping out of considerable sums. The tendency to establish protective tariffs is thus also emerging in the free trade countries in the first place, to protect the domestic market against the effects of foreign cut-price exports, but also to provide local capitalists with the possibility of uniting in a cartel and themselves utilizing the instrument of cut-price exports on the world market to increase their profits. Competition on the world market is thus becoming increasingly bitter. The shifts in the conditions of competition occur suddenly, in fits and starts. As a result, every economic zone seeks to secure for itself sales areas on the world market that are shielded from this competitive struggle. The inherent tendency of capitalism toward continual expansion, to continually strive to open up new sales areas and spheres of investment, thereby gains new strength. The instruments of state power are placed at the service of this tendency in different ways, from the formal integration of colonies into the local customs area to penetration pacifique. It is in the first place the instruments of military power that are placed at the service of these aspirations. The army and navy protect, on the one hand, local capital against the peoples whose territory is subject to exploitation by the capital of the highly developed capitalist nations. The army and navy protect, on the other hand, the dominant capitalist country against the competition of the other capitalist countries. Protected by the instruments of state power, the capital of the dominant country in the first place flows into these colonial territories. There it builds railways, roads, and canals, establishes banks and commercial companies, opens mines, and grants credit for agricultural production in these countries. This means at the same time the opening of new sales outlets, for it goes without saying that, for example, English capital that has been invested in Egypt in the first place buys English commodities, English rails, railway wagons and locomotives, machinery, and so forth. This opening up of new sales outlets, in turn, means new spheres of investment for capital. If the English iron, machinery, and railway wagon industries are supported by exports to the colonial territories, new quantities of monetary capital are invested in these industries in England itself. The expansion of the production apparatus of these industries, the increase in the number of employees, the growth of their profits also increases sales of the commodities produced by other English industries at home, thus also creating greater employment opportunities in other industries and new spheres of investment for capital there. The subjection of economically backward countries to exploitation by the capitalist class of a European country has two series of effects. In direct terms, spheres of investment for capital in the Colorado 377 NIST country and thereby increased sales opportunities for the industry of the colonizing country. In indirect terms, new spheres of investment for capital also in the colonizing land itself and increased sales opportunities for all industries. The quantity of capital brought to a standstill in the country at any one moment is thereby reduced, prices, profits, and wages rise in the country, and capitalist expansionism thus also appears to be in the general economic interest. However, this policy has a further significance. The rate of profit in the less developed countries that are the object of the expansionist policy of capitalism is initially higher than in Europe. Now, capitalist competition always strives to equalize rates of profit. Capital always flows to where the rate of profit is highest. In Europe, this equalizing of profits has become possible only since the creation through the establishment of administrative and legal structures of large economic zones within which capital enjoys freedom of movement. Through the agency of modern armies and navies, the legal conditions are being created in the countries not yet subjected to capitalism to enable capital to seek spheres of investment there, too. In this manner, the entire globe is being subjected to the tendency to equalize rates of profit. That which has been brought about by the establishment of legal and administrative structures within the lands of Europe is now being created everywhere by modern militarism and navalism. 9. The navies of the European states are, as it were, a world police force, creating everywhere the legal conditions to enable European capital to seek investment there. Capitalist expansionism thus appears here, too, to serve the interests of the entire population of the dominant capitalist country. Since the rate of profit in the subjugated countries in foreign parts of the globe is higher than in the highly developed capitalist regions of Europe, larger sums of surplus value annually flow from there to European capital than it could ever have appropriated if it had been invested within its own country in Europe. The wealth of the European nations is thus substantially increased through this expansionism. We can now also understand the claim incessantly repeated by the friends of expansionism that the capitalist countries of the European cultural sphere need expansionism because they would otherwise be unable to feed the growing populations inhabiting their confined area of land. When the colonized country hands over the surplus value destined for the colonizing country in the form of foodstuffs and consumer goods, when it, for example, exports grain, meat, coffee, cotton, and spices to the colonizing country, this is immediately understandable. Expansionist policy here directly increases the wealth of the colonizing capitalist country in terms of those goods that serve to feed and clothe the bulk of the population. But even when the subjugated country does not produce any such goods, expansionism nevertheless appears directly to serve the same goal. For it increases the wealth of the colonizing country in terms of disposable value, thereby strengthening its spending. 378. Power and allowing it to buy from other countries those goods that it requires to feed its population. Only now can we comprehend the overall significance of capitalist expansionism. The aspiration to new spheres of investment and new markets is as old as capitalism itself. It existed in the capitalist city republics of Italy during the Renaissance just as it does in England and in Germany today. But the force of this tendency has grown enormously in recent decades. On the one hand, this is due to the fact that the advanced concentration of industrial capital, the formation of modern cartels and trusts, has transformed tariff protection from a means of defense into a means of attack, thereby intensifying and embittering competition on the world market enormously. On the other hand, it is due to the fact that the concentration of capital in the modern major banks has progressed to a massive extent. The banks quite directly perceive the relationship of unproductive to invested capital, the constitution of the turnover time of capital in the movement of the interest rate. They quite consciously make a more favorable structuring of this relationship the goal of all economic policy. As the largest contributors to taxation, the largest state creditors, as masters of the most influential branches of industry, they can easily impose their will. But it is also they who first make expansionism possible in that, thanks to the quantity of capital available to them at any one moment, they are able to plan and direct the emigration of capital into the subjugated regions. The force of modern capitalist expansionism is rooted in those changes to the forces of production that find their expression in the centralization of capital, in the centralization of industrial capital in the cartels and trusts, in the centralization of monetary capital in the modern major banks. Supporters of capitalist expansionism accuse the working class, which opposes this policy everywhere, of being incapable of recognizing its true interest. The opening up of new sales outlets and new spheres of investment for capital, it is argued, also increases the demand for labor power, thus favoring the interests of the working class. When the workers struggle against modern imperialism, it is said that they do so not because this policy contradicts their class interest, but because they are allowing themselves to be dominated by the ideology of a bygone epoch. And this ideology, it is said, is not even proletarian, but bourgeois. It is the mental universe of the old Manchester liberalism, which is bourgeois and hostile to the workers. Only those accustomed to seeing merely the technique, the means, and not the objectives of the political economic system can confuse the struggle of the working class against imperialism with the struggle of the liberals against mercantilism. If we consider the objectives, we recognize that it is rather the modern capitalist policy of expansionism itself that is the heir of the old liberalism. When free trade triumphed in England, England was by far the most highly developed industrial state in the world. The dismantling of the cuz. 379. Tom's Borders was seen as promoting English exports and opening up new sales outlets for English capital. But it was also seen as allowing English capital to invest abroad, and it has in fact done this to no small extent. New sales outlets and new spheres of investment, a more rapid flow of unproductive monetary capital into the sphere of production, an extension of production time within the social turnover time of capital, a balancing of rates of profit on an international level, an increase in the value flowing to English capital through investment abroad. All these constituted the objectives that England sought to achieve through the establishment of free trade. The objectives have remained the same, only the means have changed. Since then, the other states have developed their industry behind a protective wall of tariffs. The original educational tariff has ultimately become a tariff protecting the cartel. The aim of the tariff is no longer to keep English commodities out of the domestic market, but has instead become a means of combating English commodities on the British market itself and on the world market. Wherever English capital seeks sales outlets, wherever it seeks spheres of investment, it encounters the competition of the other capitalist states. Thus, like every other state, England must today take other paths in order to reach its old objective. The old system of English free trade was cosmopolitan. It tore down customs borders, aiming to unite the world in a single economic zone. The international division of labor was seen as uniting all peoples. It was to be no longer bloody armed quarrel, but rather peaceful competition through which the peoples were to test their strength on each other. 10. This system was quite different from modern imperialism. Modern imperialism does not want to form a unified economic zone that includes all countries, but rather encloses the economic zone of the individual country within a customs border. It opens up the less developed countries and secures spheres of investment and sales areas there for the capitalists of its own country and excludes the capitalists of other countries. It does not dream of freedom, but prepares for war. It does not believe in the possibility of uniting the whole of humanity in free and peaceful exchange and competition, but seeks to help its own land at the cost of the others by arming itself with tariffs, with navies, and with soldiers against the other countries. And the interests it defends appear to it, as we have seen, to be the necessary interests of the entire economy and the entire state, interests that in the nation-states of the West are national interests. The political economic objectives have not changed since the days of Cobden and Bright, but through the change in the instruments of capitalist economic policy, the cosmopolitan liberals have become national imperialists. 11. Yet it was precisely cosmopolitan liberalism that inscribed the principle of nationality on its banner. It was precisely this doctrine that wanted state independence for the Greeks, the peoples of South America, the Italians, and the Magyars. This is hardly any wonder, since every land that cast off the shackles 380 of absolutist and feudal servitude became a market for its commodities, a sphere of investment for its capital. The English liberals thus enthused, as Grillparzer spitefully mocked, with an enraptured expression about the liberty of the lands, those without factories. 12. In this case, too, we are confronted with a completely changed picture, today, that which assures the capitalism of the developed industrial states of sales outlets and spheres of investment is no longer the freedom, but merely the subjugation, of less developed regions. The ideal of modern capitalism is therefore no longer the nation-state, but the multinational state, but a multinational state in which only the citizenry of the dominant state commands and exploits while the other peoples are left at its mercy. Its model is no longer the English nation-state, but the British World Empire. These changes become all the more significant when, along with the methods of capitalist expansion, the whole ideology of the capitalist class changes. The liberal bourgeoisie, which struggled against absolutist oppression, against feudal exploitation, against mercantilist constraint, loved liberty. It made the maxim of its action, determined by its class needs, a general law in promising the nations the liberty it won for the citizens. The modern bourgeoisie is different. It fears the working class of its own country and is determined to defend its property and its power, with force if necessary. The instruments of power that, as an oppressed class, it hated have become very dear to it, since they have come to support its own domination. It now regards liberty as a childish dream, the will to power as a moral duty. And this mentality, which already flows from the consciousness of the class antagonism within the nations, is being enormously strengthened by the daily practice of capitalist expansionism. Intoxicated by the riches pouring out of the colonies into its coffers, the bourgeoisie mocks the moral ideals of its past. Politically subjugating millions, robbing them of their lands, overworking them excessively, it thinks of this merely as the right, even as the duty of the superior culture, of the superior race. This is the mentality painted in Kipling's gloriously colorful poetry, which expresses itself in the speeches of a Cecil Rhodes, of a Joseph Chamberlain, which professes enthusiasm for the powerful, independent personalities of the Renaissance, which recasts world history as the drama of the racial struggle. 13. In this soil, the ideal of the unity and liberty of the nations withers. The domination by a capitalist master nation of millions of the subjugated is the ideal of the state of mature capitalism. We thus already see here, if only in broad outline, how the old bourgeois principle of nationality is supplanted by a new imperialist nationalist principle of state formation. It is no longer the liberty, unity, and state independence of each nation that is the ideal of late capitalism, but the subjugation of millions of members of foreign peoples to the rule of one's own nation. No longer are the nations to vie peacefully with one another in the free exchange 381 of commodities, but instead each nation is to arm itself to the teeth in order to be able to maintain its oppression of the subjugated peoples at all times and to keep foreign rivals away from its own sphere of exploitation. This complete transformation of the principle of state formation within capitalist society ultimately springs from the fact that, with the concentration of capital, the methods of capitalist economic policy have changed. If we wish to fully understand this new position of the capitalist class in relation to the principle of nationality, we must dispel the illusion that capitalist expansionism serves a unified interest of the entire economy and the entire state. We have to demonstrate how it is precisely capitalist expansionism that creates antagonisms within the nation, how the struggle over imperialism becomes a class struggle. Only then will we understand how the class antagonism within the nation pushes toward the external antagonism of the nations in their relations with one another, toward the domination by one nation of the other peoples. The working class and capitalist expansionism. We have seen how modern capitalist expansionism ultimately aims, using all the means at its disposal, to achieve nothing other than the transformation of the relationship between productive and unproductive capital, between production time and circulation time. The struggle for markets serves this objective just as does the struggle for spheres of investment. The reduction of unproductive capital, the acceleration of its flow into the sphere of production, the extension of production time within the turnover time appear, however, to be in the general interest of all classes. Even the interest of the working class seems to be served. If the quantity of the monetary capital that is at any one moment removed from the circuit of capital is reduced, the demand for labor power grows, the power of the workers on the labor market grows, and, as a result, wages increase. For this reason it is argued that the producer interest of the workers favors tariff protection and expansionist policies. There is no doubt that these effects of modern capitalist policy are useful to the working class. It is questionable, however, whether expansionism does not also lead to other effects that do more harm to the working class than the reduction of fallow capital does good. Bourgeois economics has observed that modern tariff policy and colonial policy are changing the circulation of capital and that these changes are producing the tendency toward an increase in prices, profits, and wages. For this reason, capitalist expansionism seems to bourgeois economics to be just as beneficial to the interests of the working class as it is to the interests of the capitalist class. This observation is correct, but incomplete. It must be supplemented by the examination of the changes that the economic policies of imperialism produce in the sphere of production. For capitalist expansionism. 382. not only accelerates the flow of unproductive monetary capital into the sphere of production, not only reduces the turnover time and, in particular, the circulation time of capital, but also changes the distribution of productive capital among the individual branches of production. It extensively influences in this way the distribution of the value produced among the classes of our society. Tariff protection in the first place brings about a change in the division of social labor. In the case of free trade, capital would be distributed only among those branches of production in which the natural and social conditions of production in the country were more favorable. The products of other branches of production would be obtained by the society through exchange with other countries. Tariff protection, on the other hand, compels the society also to produce those goods for which the conditions of production at home are less favorable. Tariffs thus diminish the productivity of the labor of the society. This is manifested in the high price of commodities. The purchasing power of wages is thereby reduced and the working class thus disadvantaged. However, as soon as tariffs assume the form of cartel tariff protection, the price of commodities is increased even above this limit, since, shielded by tariffs, trusts and cartels are formed that dominate the market as monopolies. This increase in price is based no longer on a diminution of the productivity of labor, but on the altered distribution of the value produced, a large part of which the cartel magnates, thanks to tariffs, are able to appropriate. Finally, as soon as cartel tariff protection begins to serve as an offensive instrument and the cartels deploy cut-price exports, the commodities from the cartelized branches of production increase in price again. The consideration of the increase of costs due to the reduction of sales at home now no longer inhibits the increase of prices. Prices can thus be fixed at a higher level than would be possible without cheap exports to other countries. The distribution of the social value produced is thereby again turned to the advantage of the cartelized enterprises and to the disadvantage of the working class. Higher commodity prices and less purchasing power for the same wages are the first effect of capitalist tariff policies on the working class. Do wages really remain unchanged? The supporters of tariff protection see that tariffs accelerate the flow of capital into the sphere of production and thereby also increase the demand for labor power. Tariffs thus have a tendency to increase wages. But we see that tariff protection not only alters the structure of the social turnover time, but also modifies the distribution of productive capital among the different branches of production. Certainly tariff protection has the effect of driving a larger part of the capital in the society into branches of production with a high organic composition and thus a low capacity to incorporate labor than these branches would have been able to absorb without tariffs. The branches of production that require a great 383 deal of constant capital and little variable capital are those that are first subject to cartelization. The export practices of these cartels, which are supported by tariff protection, do harm to the domestic branches of production with a low organic composition. If, for example, the cartels in the German iron industry sell their commodities much more cheaply in England than on the German market, the iron processing industries in England have access to cheaper raw materials than their German competitors. The English export of iron, steel, tin, wire, piping, and semi-finished products has diminished or at least not increased. Here England is confronted by the superior competition of the German and American monopoly organization. On the other hand, the level of exports of all the iron processing industries in England, for example, the export of locomotives, rails, machines, knives, and hardware is increasing very rapidly. The development of English shipbuilding has been just as extensive. This growth in English exports has in no small measure been made possible by the fact that Germany and America are supplying these industries with exceedingly cheap raw materials. Moreover, if the German cartels supply the English with cheaper iron and steel than they do their German customers, this means that the English industries have cheaper machinery at their disposal than do their German competitors. The competitive capacity of the Lancashire textile industry is based in no small measure on its cheap machinery. When the German iron cartels sell their commodities at a lower price abroad in order to keep the price of iron high at home, they thereby reduce the competitive capacity of the German iron processing industry and indirectly the competitive capacity of all German industries on the world market. Now, these industries that are put at a disadvantage by the tariff protection of cartels are all branches of enterprise with a much lower organic composition of capital and thus with a greater capacity to incorporate labor than the iron industry. If we compare the distribution of productive capital under the influence of tariff protection with the distribution of productive capital that would prevail under conditions of free trade, we see a greater part of the social capital in branches of production that, given the same capital expenditure, employ less labor power than the other industries. Tariff protection thus reduces the demand for labor power, aggravating the situation of the worker on the labor market. Moreover, the industries favored by cartel protection are those industries in which capital has reached the highest level of concentration, in which freedom of movement has been all but abolished, and in which the trade union struggle is hindered in the extreme. The mechanical engineer in a relatively small engineering works has a very different position in relation to his employer than does the worker in the blast furnace or steel works of a Rhine-Westphalian iron king. In that it favors heavy industries and damages the iron processing industries, tariff protection pushes capital. 384. Into branches of production that offer the trade union struggle less favorable conditions. It is certainly correct that tariff protection favorably influences the circulation of capital, but it also alters the distribution of productive capital. This means, on the one hand, a reduction in the productivity of labor, an increase in commodity prices, and a reduction in the purchasing power of wages. On the other hand, it means a shifting of capital into branches of production with a low capacity to incorporate labor, a reduced demand for labor power, and a hindering of the trade union struggle. As long as we consider merely the circulation of capital, tariff protection appears to favor the general economic interests of the entire population. If, on the other hand, we consider the distribution of productive capital, we see immediately that for the working class, faced with tariff protection, quite different points of view come into question than for the capitalist class. Capitalist policies of expansionism are founded on the modern system of tariff protection. These policies demand in the first place enormous military instruments of power. Immense sums are sacrificed to militarism and navalism. An objective observer will be able to justify imperialist policies, then, only if the economic return is greater than the economic sacrifice. This question, too, is posed for the working class in quite different terms to those for the bourgeoisie. For in every case, the part of the wage that is sacrificed to militarism is greater than that of the surplus value. The expenditure of large sums on the objectives of navalism and militarism in fact constitutes an enormous increase in social consumption. It reduces the number of productive workers and increases social consumption. As a result, it could very easily reduce the rate of social accumulation. However, the capitalist states fear the reduction of the rate of accumulation, they therefore endeavor to impose the costs of armaments on the working class. The rate of accumulation is prevented from sinking in that the part of the wage that is accumulated is far smaller than the part of the surplus value accumulated. When the worker has to hand over a considerable part of his wage in the form of taxes to the state, consumption taxes, customs duties, the individual consumption of the worker is replaced by the consumption of the state, in the form of military expenditure. If, on the other hand, it were the surplus value that had to bear the costs of militarism, capital would be consumed that would otherwise in part have been accumulated. Consideration of the level of the rate of accumulation already leads all capitalist states, leaving aside the power relations within the capitalist state, which of course drive taxation policy in the same direction to raise the requirements of the army and navy through indirect taxation and financial duties, which burden the working class far more in relative terms than the propertied classes. Even assuming that imperialism increased the mass of wages to the same extent as the mass of surplus value, the working class would still not be interested in. 385. The capitalist policy of expansionism to the same extent as the propertied classes, since the former has a considerably larger part of the costs of imperialism to bear. Protected by the military instruments of power, European capital seeks investment in distant parts of the globe. A considerable part of the surplus value accumulated each year in Europe emigrates. It operates railways in America, mines gold in South Africa, builds canals in Egypt, and opens up coal mines in China. Every year, Great Britain increases its capital investments abroad by some £50 million, that is, by some 1,000 million marks, Armitage Smith. 14. Its capital investments abroad appear to grow more rapidly than at home. In any case, between the years 1865 and 1898 total British revenue only doubled, whereas revenue from abroad increased ninefold. Giffen. 15. Germany's capital investments in overseas states are also growing very rapidly. Investment is said to have amounted to between 7,035 and 7,735 million marks in 1898, as early as 1904 to between 8,030 and 9,225 million marks. 16. Of the stocks and bonds traded in Germany, 2 to 2,500 million marks are tied to overseas regions. The major German banks have organized and planned the export of German capital. The export of capital brings about a reduction in demand on the European labor market. It may be that the capital that flows into foreign regions would have temporarily remained unproductive if this outlet had not been provided. But no capital remains permanently unproductive. This exported capital would ultimately have found its way into the sphere of production at home, too. If one does not wait for this, but instead makes it possible for the capital to emigrate abroad, this capital is thus lost to the domestic labor market permanently. If I possess a quantity of capital, this means that I have performed a certain amount of social labor, or that I have appropriated a certain amount of social labor performed by wage laborers by virtue of my possession of the instruments of labor. I now have the right to claim a quantity of other social labor performed by others, the right to buy social labor. If I now invest this capital in South African gold mines, I assert this claim to the labor of others. But rather than buying the labor power of English or German workers, I buy that of Chinese coolies. The diminution of the labor burden of a nation in the context of capitalist society means, however, a diminution of the demand for its labor power, a deterioration of the situation of the worker on the labor market. Insofar as imperialism promotes the emigration of European capital to other parts of the world, it quite directly threatens the producer interest of the workers. By broadening the scope of the tendency to a leveling out of rates of profit, imperialism strives to replace the European worker with the cheaper labor power of the less developed nations, thus representing the tendency toward, as Kurt Eisner once put it, a general lockout of the European workforce. 17. 386. Certainly, the emigrating capital is only in part variable capital, insofar as it becomes constant capital, becomes embodied in instruments of labor. It creates new sales for the industries in the mother country from which these instruments of labor are drawn, thereby also creating new spheres of investment for capital in the mother country itself. Thus, the demand for labor power is further increased here, since the flow of unproductive capital into the sphere of production is also accelerated in the mother country itself. However, we are also interested here in the distribution of capital among the different branches of production. For when a part of the capital of a European country flows abroad and the demand of this capital for instruments of labor in Europe itself then leads to the expansion of the production apparatus of the society, the capital in the mother country is also distributed differently among the different branches of production than would be the case without the preceding export of capital made possible or even promoted by imperialist policies. It is very particular branches of production that are promoted by these new markets. Capital is devoted at home to the production of arms and artillery, to shipyards and shipping companies, is invested in canals, port facilities, docks, and so forth. These are branches of production with a high organic composition of capital, branches of production that are capable of producing only a low level of demand on the labor market. When the worker is compelled to hand over a part of his wage to the state in the form of taxation, the demand for weapons, ships, and railways rises. However, at the same time, there is a comparable reduction in the demand for the products of those industries that produce the workers' clothing, housing, and food. And those branches of production being promoted have a smaller capacity to incorporate labor than those being damaged. These are, then, the first effects of capitalist expansionism. On the one hand, the rapid transfer of unproductive monetary capital into production; on the other, however, the movement of a part of the available capital abroad and a redistribution of the rest of the capital at home, with the result that the branches of production with a lower capacity to incorporate labor gain a larger share of capital. On the one hand, there is an increase in the productive capital in the country due to a reduction in the amount of unproductive capital and shortening of the turnover time. On the other hand, however, there is a reduction in productive capital in general, as a consequence of the export of capital, and a still more rapid reduction in the capital expended on wages in the society. The capital that has remained in the mother country assumes a higher organic composition. Since the rate of profit in the colonial countries acquired through imperialism is higher than in the mother country, imperialism has the effect of substantially enriching the mother country. However, this is expressed in the mother country merely in the fact that the amount of surplus value flowing to the capitalist class increases. The working class has no direct share in the 387 growing wealth of the society. The increase in the surplus value flowing to the capitalist class can benefit the working class only indirectly. A part of this surplus value is accumulated, since the mass of surplus value as a whole has grown through the investment of capital abroad. The mass of the surplus value accumulated each year, given an unchanged rate of accumulation, will also have grown. I use the term accumulation difference to designate the difference between the sum of surplus value that is accumulated in one year by the capitalist class in the mother country and that which would have been accumulated by it if the mass of surplus value accruing to it had not been increased by capital investments abroad, in particular in the colonial regions. Again, a considerable part of this quantity of value has no relevance at all for the European workers. A large part of the accumulation difference is immediately reutilized in the form of capital invested abroad. We know that a large part of the interest and dividends flowing to English capitalists from investments abroad does not go to England at all, but remains abroad, where it increases England's capital investments. However, a part of the accumulation difference is productively accumulated in the mother country itself. A part of this part becomes variable capital and thus increases the demand for labor power in the mother country. Those who want to investigate to what extent capitalist expansionism is improving the situation of the European worker on the labor market cannot take into consideration all the gigantic sums flowing to the capitalist nations from the countries they have subjugated in other parts of the world. They can consider only the relatively small part of these sums, namely the part of the accumulation difference that is productively invested in Europe itself and here assumes the form of variable capital. The exploitation of other parts of the globe by European capitalism without doubt increases the wealth of the capitalist nations, but in a capitalist society this in no way means that the wealth of the working class of these nations grows at all, let alone to the same degree. It is finally not only the absolute size of the sum of the surplus value flowing from the colonial regions to Europe that is significant, but also the use values in which it is embodied. It is the most advantageous for the working class when the subjected colonies have to pay their tribute to the capitalist nations in the form of grain, meat, and cotton. In this case the prices of the most important foodstuffs for the workers fall and the purchasing power of their wage rises. Here the policy of expansionism favors the consumer interest of the workers. Yet it is precisely these beneficial effects that do not suit imperialism. In Great Britain, it is precisely the imperialists who want to impose import tariffs on grain and meat. In the German Empire, it is precisely the industries with the greatest interest in imperialism that are allied most closely with the landowners and that buy their support for cartel tariff protection by granting the Junkers agrarian tariff protection. 388. But the good most passionately coveted, not only by the individual capitalist but also by the whole capitalist class, is gold. The discovery of new gold mines has always been an important objective of imperialist policy. It has always given rise the most rapidly to the beneficial effects of expansion. New finds of gold always mean gigantic new spheres of investment, rich new markets, and a rapid increase in capitalist production. But by establishing new gold mines, by bringing Europe closer through roads, railways, telegraphs, and steamer lines, by introducing modern mining techniques in the gold mines, and finally by procuring cheap labor power, imperialism lowers the costs of production. However, if the production price of gold sinks, the production price of all commodities rises. If in the last years the rapid and ongoing rise in commodity prices has been steadily lowering the purchasing power of wages, if the rise in the price of foodstuffs has been robbing the workers of that won for them by the trade unions, the European workers without doubt can in no small measure attribute this to the fact that the policies of British imperialism have lowered the production costs of gold. Is it not a surprising example of the international solidarity of workers' interests that the exploitation of the most wretched and most despised worker of the world, the Chinese coolie, has very directly harmed the workers of all countries? An examination of the effects of capitalist expansionism thus provides us with a very complex picture. On the one hand, imperialism promotes the prosperity of the working class. By accelerating the flow of capital into the sphere of production, shortening the circulation time of capital, increasing the mass of the capital active in the society with a part of the accumulation difference, it increases the demand for labor power. By having the subjugated people cede grain and meat, cotton and wool to the capitalist master nations, it increases the purchasing power of the wage in Europe. But on the other hand, the working class is severely harmed by imperialism. Through tariff protection, behind the walls of which powerful trusts and cartels are established, through customs duties and indirect taxation, which have to bear the costs of a policy of conquest, and finally through the reduction of the production costs of gold, imperialism raises the price of foodstuffs for the workers and thus reduces the purchasing power of their wage. Through the flow of immense amounts of capital abroad, which it makes possible, through the promotion of branches of production with a low capacity to incorporate labor, by means of protective tariffs as well as the opening up of new foreign markets, it reduces demand on the labor market. Through the shifting of capital into those branches of production in which concentration is most advanced, through the promotion of this concentration by means of customs duties, it hinders the trade union struggle. The initial result of this is that the working class has a far smaller share than the propertied classes of the riches flowing out of the colonial regions. The capitalist class appropriates by far the largest part of the growth in wealth. 389. They benefit from all the favorable effects of imperialist policies, are spared all or almost all the unfavorable repercussions. For the proletariat, on the other hand, every favorable effect of expansionism is matched by a series of unfavorable repercussions. One sees how little imperialist policies really serve the ends that they profess to serve, to provide food for the growing population of the large capitalist regions. It is precisely the class whose number is growing the fastest that has the smallest share of the increase in wealth. But it is not only the surplus value flowing out of the colonies into the mother country that is unequally divided between capitalists and workers. In the mother country itself the distribution of the value produced also changes. If tariff protection makes possible the formation of employers' associations that provide the united capitalists with enormous sums of surplus value while at the same time increasing the price of foodstuffs for the workers and hindering their trade union struggle, and if the reduction in the production costs of gold lowers real wages while commodity prices and therefore also capitalist profits rise, this means that at home, too, the lion's share of the annual growth in the proceeds of domestic production goes to the propertied classes. However, other causes may determine the distribution of the value produced. If we observe the effects of imperialist economic policy in isolation, we see that it grants a far greater share of riches flowing out of the colonial regions to the capitalists than to the workers, as well as altering the distribution of the value produced by domestic production to the disadvantage of the workers. Imperialism thus reduces the share of social wealth distributed to the working class. It shifts the relationship between the amount of value going to the propertied classes and the amount of value appropriated by the working class to the disadvantage of the proletariat, and thus increases the exploitation of the worker. If we inquire as to the effects of imperialism on the extent to which the working class shares in the wealth of the society, we obtain a precise, unequivocal response. This is not the case when we investigate its effects on the absolute extent of the prosperity of the working class. Here it can occur that the unfavorable effects of capitalist expansionism counterbalance the favorable effects, that the prosperity of the working class remains unchanged, and that the growth in wealth takes place exclusively to the advantage of the propertied classes. It can occur that the series of favorable effects are more powerful than the unfavorable effects, that the working class thus also gains an advantage from capital expansionism, albeit a far smaller advantage than the capitalist class. Finally, the opposite is also possible, whereby the relative prosperity of the working class sinks, not only in relative but also absolute terms, under the influence of capitalism, whereby the unfavorable effects are more powerful than the favorable ones. It is all this that determines the position of the working class in regard to imperialism. Its view of imperialism everywhere is a sober one. It calculates in 390. Each individual case whether the beneficial effects of imperialism are really worth the sacrifice. Its circumspection turns into mistrust, since it sees that it is difficult in the individual case to calculate in advance the force that will be exerted by the individual series of effects arising from the development of new markets and spheres of investment. The working class thus remains sober, whereas the capitalist class becomes intoxicated with the idea of rivers of gold flowing to it from distant countries. The proletariat thus remains circumspect, whereas the ruling classes jump for joy at the prospect of dominating the millions and millions of defenseless people whom imperialism subjects to capitalist exploitation. This mistrust felt by the working class for imperialism intensifies to the point of conscious hostility as soon as it considers the political and general cultural effects of imperialism. In the first place, imperialism reduces the power of legislation in relation to administration. If today even the power of the king in England is increasing again, this is due to the fact that the United Kingdom is increasingly becoming merely a part of a great world empire, one that no parliament can govern. However, at the same time, imperialism places terrible instruments of power in the hands of the rulers. It compels every nation to acquire powerful armaments. The armies that it raises must be obedient to those in power. They must be ready and willing to be used, today in Africa and tomorrow in India, today to exterminate a Negro tribe root and branch and tomorrow to struggle against the white soldiers of another nation. Today they must protect the owners of large gold mines against the rebellion of their foreign workers and tomorrow dispense bloody punishment to the Egyptian peasants for beating their arrogant conqueror. Such armies cannot be popular armies composed of individuals with their own opinions and free will. For this reason, the ideal form of the imperialist army is an army of mercenaries, greedy for booty and keen for adventure. But wherever competition between states compels imperialism to increase its armies to the extent that mercenary troops no longer suffice, it must of course arm the youth of the entire population. Nevertheless, through the mechanics of drilling and the suggestive power of its ideology, it ensures that the armed populace does not become a popular army, that the armed people remain an obedient instrument of its rulers. On the one hand, imperialism demands the acquisition of ever greater stocks of armaments, on the other, it does not tolerate any popular armies and prevents all democratization of the defense system. It thus places ever greater numbers of armed men reduced to instruments devoid of will at the disposal of those in power. It thereby becomes a danger for democracy. It is a peculiarly unreasonable demand that, as has often been the case, calls on the working class to forego the struggle for the democratization of the army in exchange for democratic reforms. Surely a democratic system of defense is a fundamental and necessary element of all democracy and is no 391. Less important than universal suffrage and autonomous local administration. For behind the law stands the power of the army. Full democracy exists only where it is the case not only that the will of the people becomes law, but that it is the lawmaking people that alone has the power to guarantee the validity of the law. For this reason, there is no truly popular army in the large developed class states. If modern popular armies one day burst the shell that disguises the nature of class domination, social production will be stripped of the capitalist form that today conceals it. By hindering the democratization of the defense system, imperialism diminishes the power of the working class and threatens the hopes of the proletariat for the future. However, it is not only the political class interests of the proletariat, but also the specific ideology determined by its position in the society, that conflicts with imperialism. We are already familiar with the ideology of imperialism, the exhilaration of power, the pride of the master, the idea of the right of a superior culture. But we also already know that the working class necessarily opposes this mental universe. In the idea supposedly justifying the subjugation of foreign peoples, the working class finds the same arguments that constitute the weapons of its opponents in the class struggle within the nation, which supposedly justify its own exploitation and oppression. The ideology of imperialism is at the same time the ideology of agitation. The working class is thus brought into conflict with imperialist economic policies by its economic and political class interest as it is by its class ideology. However, this also qualifies it to represent general human interests against specifically capitalist interests. The youth of the working class forms the core of the modern popular army. How could the workers forget the question of whether the increase of profits is really such a precious good when it must be bought with the death of thousands and thousands of hopeful young people? The working class hates the capitalist pursuit of profit as a terrible force that constantly places limits on its own struggle for a share in the riches of our culture, that exploits its children and lets its aged starve, that today forces it to work beyond all limits and tomorrow throws it into the street unemployed, that reduces its wages and increases the price of its foodstuffs. How is the working class not to raise the question of whether it is really proper to sacrifice whole countries, whole nations, to this cruel and perpetually hungry force? The working class everywhere thus becomes the enemy of imperialism. This is true not only of the social democratic movement, but also of the workers of those countries that, due to a particular chain of circumstances, have until now continued to put up insurmountable resistance to the penetration of socialism. Thus, in England it was the workers who, amid the din of the South African War, spoke up in favor of the Boers, the workers who damned the slavery of the Chinese in Africa, the workers who voted down Chamberlain's plans for the system of customs duties, the workers who, in the days following the terrible defeat of Russia, the most dangerous adversary. 392. Of Great Britain, called not for the imperialist exploitation of a favorable situation, but for the reduction of British armaments on land and at sea. Within the German Empire, it is thus also the case that the attempt made by competent men to win over the German workers to the idea of imperialism has suffered ignominious defeat. Naumann set out to replace social democracy and to win over the working class to the idea of capitalist power politics. He landed in the Liberal Alliance Freisinnige Vereinigung, the party of the German banks, the stock exchange, and large-scale commerce. Naumann's imperialism, incidentally, favored free trade, as did the imperialism of the stock market, of commerce, and of the shipping companies. But modern imperialism as a rule favors tariff protection. The foundation of modern imperialism is modern financial capital, which, due to the fact that the relationship between banks and industry is becoming increasingly intimate, has an interest in tariff protection for industry. Modern imperialism corresponds to an epoch in which tariff protection has become an offensive weapon in the struggle for the world market. The conclusion that Naumann failed to draw has been drawn by Schiphol 18. When he argues for tariff protection, when he derides the militia faithful, when he pokes fun at the dogmatic rejection of colonial policies, he is advising the German workers to embrace imperialist policies. Compared to Naumann's policies, his policies have the advantage of consistency, were it only the case that they were not proletarian, but capitalist, not social democratic, but national liberal policies. He justifies them with the producer interest of the workers. However, he sees the sole interest of the producers as lying in changes to the turnover time of capital, because he is accustomed to comprehending the economy exclusively from the standpoint of the circulation of capital and does not see at all the primary effects in the sphere of production. That which is referred to in the great capitalist nation-states as the anti-national politics of the working class is nothing other than its anti-imperialist politics. But it is through these anti-national politics that the working class gains a very close relationship to the principle of nationality. The working class becomes the protector of all peoples whose liberty imperialism wants to sacrifice to the capitalist pursuit of profit. In the struggle against a violent, genocidal imperialism that increases its exploitation, reduces its political power, and does harm to its class morale, the working class announces its demand for the liberty and self-determination of all nations. We are thus faced with a new turn in the fortunes of the principle of nationality. The development of the modern forces of production has altered the methods of capitalist economic policy. Greedy to exploit these new methods and to increase its profits, the bourgeoisie has betrayed its old ideal of the nation-state. It is no longer the nation-state, but the imperialist multinational state, to which it aspires. However, the idea of national liberty and unity is not thereby lost. It emerges again at the opposing pole of the society. In the 393 struggle against imperialism, the working class now inscribes its banners with the grand demands for the liberty, unity, and self-determination of the nations. In the age of mature capitalism, in the age of the cartels, the trusts, the great banks, the principle of nationality, betrayed by the bourgeoisie, becomes the secure property of the working class. Imperialism and the principle of nationality. We have hitherto seen how modern expansionism intensifies class antagonisms and how this is expressed in the different positions of the classes in regard to the principle of nationality. The working class adopts the old bourgeois ideal of the political independence of the nations, whereas the capitalist class strives to realize the multinational state dominated by one nation. But the struggle of the classes over the nature of external economic policy not only alters the position of the classes in regard to the principle of nationality, the principle of nationality itself becomes an instrument of the class struggle. The simplest example of this is offered by modern British imperialism. The point of departure for the imperialist movement in Great Britain led by Chamberlain centres on the question of customs policy. Many English industries, in particular the powerful iron and steel industry, regard themselves as threatened by the development of competing industries abroad that are protected by tariff barriers, by the export policies of the cartels and the trusts. In periods of depression, the German Iron and Steel Associations and the American Steel Trust become dangerous for the industry of Staffordshire, of Cleveland, and of Scotland not only on the world market, but also on the British market itself. The large industries therefore demand tariff protection. Such protection, they argue, should shield them on the domestic market from the cut-price exports of their foreign competitors, should permit them to unite in cartels or trusts, and should provide them with the means to make use of modern methods of export promotion. However, the demand by large British industries for tariff protection is confronted by powerful opposing interests. On the one hand, this demand is opposed by the capitalists in those industries where raw and auxiliary materials become cheaper due to imports from abroad and who, as a consequence, fear the increase of production costs. On the other hand, it is opposed by the working class, which fears that tariff protection will increase the price of clothing and foodstuffs, restrict the development of industries with a high capacity to incorporate labor in favor of industries with a higher organic composition of capital, facilitate the formation of employer organizations and thereby impede the trade union struggle. These interests are backed by the force of ideologies, a force that is difficult to uproot in a democratic country. Since the days of Cobden and Bright, free trade has acquired the status of a national creed among the bulk of the English population. Thus, on one side stand a few thousand capitalists, on 394. The other the bulk of the English population. The cause of tariff protection appears a hopeless one. The idea of tariff protection, therefore, allies itself with another force. The large British colonies of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, inhabited by white populations, are independent states. They create a barrier between themselves and the mother country by means of tariff protection in order to promote their own young industry, increasingly separating themselves politically and economically. Is the day far away when they will break completely free from it, causing the great British world empire to disintegrate? The feeling of national solidarity is too weak to bind them to the United Kingdom. The mother country and the colonies must be linked by a bond of interest if the British Empire is not to disintegrate. An opportunity to maintain this link would be created if England merely abandoned the obsolete system of free trade. The mother country should surround itself with a customs border and impose lower tariffs on the products of agriculture and stock breeding than on the competing commodities of other states. In return, the colonies should grant the mother country preferential tariffs. This would not only secure the British market for farmers and stock breeders in the colonies and the colonial market for British industry, but also safeguard the existence of the British World Empire and guarantee the Britons in their homeland and those overseas continuing national unity. In vain the realist Bauer warns against such a plan, which could be realized only if the workers decided to vote for tariffs on grain and livestock. 19 Chamberlain understands better the possibilities of modern tariff protection. In a highly developed capitalist country, the transition from free trade to protectionism cannot be made as long as the masses realistically calculate their interests. What is required is the suppression of the question as to the price of bread and meat, of clothing and housing. Here, the power of the national idea proves itself. Learn to think imperially. 20. Forget your petty concerns and think of the great world empire, Chamberlain calls to the English workers. Agree to a small sacrifice in order to save your great empire, to save the political unity of your people. New wind now swells the sails of the big capitalists who have invested in blast furnaces and steel works, who quake in the face of the American Steel Trust and the German Steel Works Association and who envy their fortunate rivals in tariff-protected regions due to the high profits generated by the latter's monopolies. The idea of national unity has now become a driving force serving their objectives. However, British imperialism, like any other form, wants not only to create new spheres of investment for capital by securing sales outlets, but also to open up sales outlets for capital by creating spheres of investment. It thus strives incessantly for capitalist expansion. Its last big success was the conquest of South Africa. There it planted the British flag over vast territories. It first robbed the savage Negro tribes of their soil and then subjugated the 3.95 Boers. It built its railway and telegraph lines through vast territories. And now immense riches flow to it from the diamond and gold mines of the country, in which the dirty yellow coolies extract the gleaming treasure from the quartz. All this means new spheres of investment for British capital, new sales outlets for its industry, and not the least important ample opportunity for speculation. But here, too, capital meets with the resistance of the working masses. It is they who bear the cost of the Great War against the Boers. They experience this burden on the labor market in that immense amounts of capital flow to South Africa in order to employ not European workers, but undemanding coolies. In the continual increase in the price of their foodstuffs they experience the effect exerted on the commodity market by the artificial lowering of the production costs of gold. Finally, the servitude of the Boers and the slavery of the Chinese is inconsistent with their mental universe. But imperialism knows how to smash this hindrance as well. The subjugation of foreign nations is a need of the British brothers overseas. Whoever wishes to bind them firmly to the mother country, whoever does not wish to drive them into independence, must fulfill their demands. The subjugation of the Boers, the slavery of the coolies must be desired by those who want the Britons to be nationally united in a great world empire. Learn to think imperially. Do not think of your own concerns here. All Britons in the mother country and in the colonies bound closely together, and under them 400 million subjects Egyptian fellas, Chinese coolies, but above all the millions of Hindus and from the hot, rich countries of these peoples, a continual stream of gold flowing to the British master nation. Is this not an image before which the petty antagonisms within English society itself pale? The idea of the unity of one's own nation and of the domination of foreign nations thus here again becomes a tool of capitalist economic policy. To the working masses, whose ideas of morality are given a slap in the face by the policy of violent conquest, who want to soberly examine whether the immense sacrifices indeed raise the standard of living of their class, the spokesmen for capitalist economic policies respond with the words, "What is all this sober calculation supposed to achieve? National unity, national power, national sovereignty are an end in themselves. Does Middlesex ask if Surrey is worthwhile?" 21. The idea of the unity of one's own nation and its domination of foreign peoples in the service of industrialists lusting after cartel profits, in the service of finance capital craving the supplementary profits to be had in young foreign lands, in the service of stock market jobbers hungry for speculation. This is imperialism's principle of nationality. Only now can we return to the question of whether capitalist expansionism will bring about the dissolution of the existing multinational states. For us in Austria the question is, will imperialism bring about the disintegration of the Austro-Hungarian Empire? 396. For nearly a whole century, Europe has been witnessing the gradual disintegration of the Turkish Empire. Should Austria-Hungary be dragged into the turmoil of imperialist world upheaval, the disintegration of Turkey will no doubt be the immediate cause of this. For reasons that can be excluded from the present discussion, the Turks have not created a modern state based on capitalist commodity production. To be sure, Turkey has not been able to do without all the elements of a modern state. Railway lines crisscross its territory, it has created a modern army for itself, it has also had to develop its system of state borrowings. However, the railways have been built by foreign capital, and the state's creditors are foreign capitalists. A part of the value wrung from the population flows into the coffers of foreign, in particular French and English, capitalists. The smaller capitalists in Turkey itself are likewise not Turks, but Greeks, Armenians, and Spaniards. Every one of these knows how to ensure the favor of the authorities with gratuities, but they do not form a class that the state could compel to adopt capitalist economic policies. The ruling class is made up of the Turkish landowners, officials, and officers. The bulk of the population is made up of peasants of different nationalities enslaved by the landowner, bled dry by the usurer, cheated by the tax collector. Gradually, this population is also being subjected to the effects of radical economic change. The railways that bring the commodities of the capitalist countries into Turkey are altering the old, primitive system of trades in the country. The neglected agricultural sector is failing to provide food for hundreds of thousands in the country. They are moving to neighboring regions, already separated from Turkey, to Serbia, Romania, Greece, but in particular to Bulgaria, and encountering social relations there that, as backward as they may seem to the European, differ favorably enough from the deteriorated relations in Turkey. If they return to their homeland, they bring with them discontent. The change in economic relations brought about by the railways and contact with the Christian Balkan states is gradually giving rise to a national movement in Turkey. The immediate cause for this is obvious. Above the Bulgarian and Serbian peasant sits the Turkish landowner, the Turkish official. Economic exploitation and political servitude thus take the form of domination by a foreign nation. Now the process of the awakening of the non-historical nations is gradually beginning. Of the nations inhabiting the Turkish Empire, the Turks bore the character of a historical nation on account of their nobility, the Greeks on account of their bourgeoisie and civil servants, and, at best, also the Romanians on account of their nobility. The Serbs, on the other hand, lost their nobility following the Turkish conquest because their nobility integrated with the dominant people, they became a purely peasant nation. In the same way, the Bulgarians bore the character of a nation composed only of oppressed classes. This situation has been changing since these nations formed independent nation-states that now are gradually devil. 3.97. Opening a national civil service and a national bourgeoisie. This is, in turn, gradually having an effect on their national comrades in Turkey. 22. However, as soon as these nations within Turkey form classes that are able to create a lively national culture, Turkish oppression will become intolerable. In the meantime, the economic and therefore also the cultural development of Turkey is far too slow for the development of the national culture of Christian nations on Turkish soil to be able to shatter the Turkish state. Turkey is condemned to decline because it has not developed itself into a modern state based on capitalist commodity production. However, the dissolution of Turkey is proceeding only slowly because the slow rate of economic development there is only very slowly producing the forces capable of shattering the old state. The fact that there is no Turkish capitalism explains the curious phenomenon whereby Turkey cannot survive and yet is expiring so slowly. This slow internal development is now, however, being accelerated by the policies of the Christian Balkan states. They know that the disintegration of Turkey must finally come. They are hoping that the European vilayets will then become their heritage. 23. They are striving to prepare the ground for this conquest by seeking to awaken their national comrades in Turkey to national self-consciousness and to expand their power. The result is the emergence of the violent national struggles of the Bulgarians, the Greeks, the Wallachians, and the Serbs. The struggle of the Christian nations with one another is of course crippling the common attack on the Turks, but it is nevertheless having the effect of increasing the dissatisfaction with the prevailing state of affairs and of expanding the schooling system in the country, as a result of which the process of the awakening of the non-historical nations is being accelerated. It is thus possible to say today that, however much the great powers might retard this process, the dissolution of European Turkey cannot ultimately be prevented. Macedonia and Albania will finally detach themselves from the ailing body of Turkey, just as Greece, Romania, Serbia, Bulgaria, Bosnia, and Egypt have detached themselves from Turkey. However, at the same time violent changes are looming in Turkish Asia Minor. In 1902, German capital obtained the concession to build a railway line from Konya via Baghdad to the Persian Gulf. The opening up of Asia Minor by railways will initially strengthen Turkish power, since the improved means of transport will make uniform administration possible for the first time. However, the newly opened lands will without doubt soon attract the covetous gaze of imperialism in the highly developed capitalist states. The Baghdad line passes through a fertile region that was once the site of Babylon, a seat of high culture from earliest recorded history until the fall of the Abbasids. The canalization system built by the Babylonians, which fell into disrepair following the invasion of warlike nomadic tribes, could now be restored within a few years using the means of modern capitalism and modern technology. This region could then provide European capital with enormous 398 amounts of surplus value in the form of grain, cotton, wool, and naphtha. Should the capitalist states want to appropriate these riches, the prospect of violent conflict will be imminent. German capital is building the Baghdad line. Russia is also looking toward the warm water in Asia Minor. For Great Britain, the distribution of power in the Middle East cannot be a matter of indifference, since it rules Egypt to the west of this region and India to the east. We are thus seeing in Europe as in Asia many forces at work that will ultimately bring about the dissolution of the Turkish Empire. This means that the potential for gain in this region by way of imperialist policies of conquest is enormous. How will these radical changes affect Austria-Hungary? In the first place, Austria-Hungary will probably also consider pursuing a policy of conquest here, albeit to a modest extent. Austrian expansionism, too, will probably seek to ally itself to the national idea. We have already shown how the idea and the realization of national autonomy can become a means of conquest in the Balkans. However, if Austria-Hungary announces claims to a part of the Turkish heritage, it will meet with the resistance of other states, initially probably that of Italy, which is without doubt considering the prospect of conquering Albania. Given this fact, a peaceful settlement with Austria-Hungary will surely not be easy to achieve. If Albania is Italian, Italy will dominate the Strait of Otranto, which connects the Adriatic with the Mediterranean. At the same time our route to Salonika, the significance of which will increase considerably through the opening up of Turkish Asia Minor, will be restricted in the west by Italian Albania, in the east by Serbia and an enlarged Bulgaria. Italian imperialism, lusting after conquest, will easily be able to carry the Italian masses with it. It, too, is allying itself with the national idea. One will speak of Trent and Trieste and mean Albania. Appeals will be made to the historical traditions of the nation, which won its liberty through its struggle with Austria. It will thus no doubt be possible to present an imperialist war of conquest to the Italian masses as a war of national liberation. 24. Just as for British imperialism the idea of a close alliance between all the colonies inhabited by Britons and the mother country constitutes a means of capitalist expansion and domination, so too the idea of the Italia Ardente here constitutes a means of rousing the masses into action in order to open up new markets and spheres of investment for the young capitalism of Italy. The dissolution of the Turkish Empire, however, has the capacity not only to embroil Austria-Hungary in a war with Italy, in particular, it will also trigger dangerous conflicts of interest with the Russian Empire. Russia will hardly renounce possession of its house key, its military domination of the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles. If Austro-Hungarian imperialism looks toward Salonika and Russian imperialism toward Constantinople, while at the same time the Christian Balkan states quarrel over the Turkish heritage, it will not be an easy task to peacefully fix the frontiers between the Austro. 399. Hungarian and the Russian spheres of influence. Russian imperialism will perhaps also make use of the national idea against Austria-Hungary. We have already discussed the possibility of Russia's inscribing its banners with the liberty of Poland and the Ukraine if it seeks to conquer Constantinople. Here too the idea of national unity is a means of capitalist expansion. Thus, once the dissolution of the Turkish Empire can no longer be halted, Austria-Hungary will face danger in the first instance from Italy and from Russia. What it might mean for the Danubian Empire, which is still facing violent internal struggles, if its army were to be once again defeated probably does not even need to be formulated. In such a case, the German Empire could ultimately also see itself as obliged to intervene in Austria. The arguments against the Greater Germany policy of the Hohenzollerns, arguments repeatedly set out so clearly by Bismarck, are losing their force from year to year. Although Germany may give little thought to conquering German Austria today, this question will surely appear in a quite different light to the rulers of the German Empire when confronted with the great crisis that could be initiated by the collapse of Turkey. Here we must include in our calculations the fact that the danger threatening Germany from its western border is lessening from year to year. Due to its modest rate of population increase, France is becoming a less dangerous adversary by the year. 25. France has hitherto been able to compensate for this in part by devoting resources to militarism out of all proportion to the size of its population. However, if the French economy loses a considerable part of its capital and revenue as a result of state bankruptcy in Russia, something that today can be regarded as not improbable, France will no longer be in a position to devote such enormous sums to its military arsenal. The German Empire will then have a far freer hand on the continent than has hitherto been the case. But in the interior of Germany, too, enormous changes have taken place since the days when Bismarck declared the continued existence of Austria to be a necessity. The bulk of the German population is today much more conscious of the antagonism between the classes than any other nation. For this reason, the attitude of those in power in Germany toward Catholicism has changed completely. During the decade of the Kulturkampf, Germany had no desire to increase the number of its Catholic citizens. Now, Catholic clericalism has proven itself to be the most secure of bulwarks against the onslaught of social democracy. The more powerful German social democracy grows, the closer moves the danger that those in power in the empire will employ the old tactics of Caesarism and strive to prevent the impending internal revolution through external involvements. What greater chance of success could the ruling classes in the German Empire have in diverting the eyes of the masses away from social questions than by calling upon them to liberate their German brothers in Austria, to realize the idea, cherished by every German, of German unity? 400. But in addition to all this is yet another argument. The dissolution of Turkey also provides a goal for German imperialism. To be sure, in the European vilayets there will be hardly anything for Germany to take, but the German imperialists are today already looking greedily to Anatolia and Mesopotamia. And the more energetically German capitalism seeks sales outlets and spheres of investment in Asia Minor, the more the German Empire feels itself to be a Mediterranean power. To what degree this is already the case was revealed by the conflict over Morocco. 26 It is thus not inconceivable that German imperialism will aspire to the possession of a Mediterranean harbor. However, the route to the Mediterranean leads over Vienna and Graz to Trieste. It is quite possible that Germany will stumble upon this fact. Will not the rulers in the empire think, as did the Frankfurt Parliament in 1848, an attack on Trieste means war for Germany? However, the interest in the Mediterranean alone can hardly suffice to induce the German imperialists to adopt such an ambitious and perilous policy. Another force will emerge that will lead them to link the concept of capitalist expansion with the great German idea. At whatever point the German imperialists attempt to induce the German Empire to adopt a perilous and bellicose policy in Asia Minor, they will certainly be confronted with the powerful resistance of the German working class. Other interest groups will support the struggle of the German workers. It is not very probable that German landowners will rejoice in the opening up of a land whose wheat and barley production could threaten their ground rent. A sober expansionist policy that does not disguise its objectives cannot be asserted in Germany. Here too the expansionist need of capital must enlist the services of the national idea if it wants to make the masses serve its purposes. Just as British imperialism paints the gloriously colourful picture of an empire of 400 million ruled by a united British nation for the electoral masses while thinking of the cartel profits of the iron magnates and of the speculative profits of the London Stock Exchange, just as Italian imperialism, in order to secure sales outlets in the Balkans for the industry of Upper Italy, helps itself to the great tradition of Garibaldi, just as Russian imperialism will perhaps one day announce the liberty and unity of Poland and the Ukraine in order to open up new markets for the industrialists of St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Lodz, so too German imperialism must present itself as an heir of the great German idea of 1848, must strive to realize the one great German fatherland, if it wants to sacrifice the lives of German workers and the sons of the German peasantry in order to provide capital with new sources of wealth on the Tigris and the Euphrates. 27 We can thus see quite new dangers arising for the multinational state on the Danube. The force that gives rise to these dangers is the change to the forces of production that is manifested in the concentration of capital. The concentration of capital has changed the methods of capitalist economic policy. 401. Sigh. However, the capitalist class must necessarily ensure that its policies appear in the form of the policies of the whole nation. For this reason it links these policies with the idea of national unity and liberty, which is itself produced and reinforced through capitalist development. The imperialist principle of nationality, unity and liberty for one's own nation and domination of other peoples necessarily becomes an instrument of power for capitalist economic policy. This policy thereby becomes dangerous for the multinational states in which dispersed parts of the great capitalist nations coexist. We are thus seeing forces emerge that will lend the principle of nationality new force and that will therefore also threaten the existence of the old multinational states. However, in terms of both its content and its social roots, the principle of nationality has changed. The dangers that threaten Austria today are of a quite different nature to those that threatened it in 1848, in the epoch of the liberal principle of nationality. In the fact that the dissolution of the Turkish Empire in Europe and Asia Minor will give rise to these new dangers, we can also see the end of a long process of historical development. The Danubian Empire came into being at a time when modern states were developing upon the foundation of commodity production. The colonial empire in the southeast was seen as transforming Germany into a state. But in the process of its emergence, another task fell to this empire. Its territories formed a close alliance with one another in order to combat the Turks. As the Turks penetrated Europe, this empire came into being, If Europe now penetrates Turkey, the national questions of the southeast will be provided with a solution and the empire will face the threat of disintegration. And its heir will be the German colonial empire of the northeast, which established the basis of its power in the century in which the struggle against the Turks diverted the southeastern colonial empire from its original task. However, all these considerations can show only that it is not the caprice of an idle imagination, but powerful historical forces that are producing tendencies threatening the continued existence of the monarchy. But whether these tendencies will be strong enough to assert themselves against the powerful opposing tendencies that exist is another question. Of the imperialist currents that could prove dangerous to Austria, it is above all the Italian current that is active today. Russian imperialism will become possible in a constitutional Russia only once a solution to the most important internal questions has been initiated and financial concerns have been alleviated. The obstacles that also face German imperialism are no less significant. In the first place, it is not at all certain how much more time will be granted to a capitalist political system in a country of rapid capitalist development and very stark class antagonisms. We also do not yet know which path German imperialism will take. After all, the German imperialists have cast an eye over southern Brazil and also not least over Shantung, whereby it can of course be said that the development of 402 imperialism in North America and the powerful development of Japan make the South American and Chinese plans of the German imperialists appear less promising than was previously assumed to be the case. However, even if German imperialism concentrates its forces on Asia Minor, there still remain great difficulties to be overcome, internal difficulties, social conflict, and a ponderous federal constitution that does not favor a policy of conquest, the threat of a Polish uprising in its own land, but above all it faces external difficulties. If the German Empire wants to take possession of Austrian soil, it has to be aware of the fact that it will have to suppress the bitter resistance of the Slavic nations and even a section of the Germans. France will certainly not accept such a radical shift in power on the continent without a struggle. In Asia Minor, Germany will be confronted by Russia and Great Britain, in Austria by Russia and Italy. The attempts by Great Britain to isolate Germany show what the empire can expect if it wishes to become a Mediterranean power. One can thus see that such a bold policy would be possible only given particularly favorable circumstances, in an alliance with one or more of the great capitalist powers, and after defeating the other great states. It is therefore simply foolish for French and Panslavist visionaries to accuse the German Empire of now already lusting after the Habsburg heritage. The rulers in the German Empire know quite well that they cannot afford another defeat, that a failure, the possibility of which such a bold policy must always take into account, would necessarily reopen not only the question of the state constitution, but also that of the structure of society itself. It will risk an attack on Austria only if no other course is open to it, if Italy or Russia reopens the Austrian question on the battlefield, if the German capitalist class fears losing the last sphere of exploitation it can conquer and the resistance of the working class cannot be broken any other way than by presenting an economic war of conquest in the form of a war of national liberation, if the German Empire already sees the threat of social revolution before it and the rulers decide to risk all in order to save all. No one can know today if such a situation will emerge in the sphere of world politics. We can only see forces that are pushing German imperialism to reopen the Austrian question, and we can also see no less powerful forces at work that are striving to prevent this. It is impossible to foresee the result of the play of these forces and counterforces. We can only say that it is conceivable and possible that the German Empire will one day attempt to resolve the Austrian question by force of arms, but it is far from certain. These considerations are indispensable to the task of fully determining the position of the working class in regard to the nationalities question. For anyone who does not close his eyes to the demonstrable facts will have to admit that the hope that Austria will collapse or the fear of this eventuality influences the position taken by many individuals and many parties in regard to the national question. 403. The Austrian patriots are aware of the sole means that they can utilize to support the continued existence of the Danubian Empire. They must secure a legal sphere of power, through national autonomy, for every nation and bring an end to the power struggle between the nations. If the cry for help by the Austrian nations is no longer heard abroad, foreign imperialism will lose its most effective means of winning the support of the masses of its respective nations for its policy of conquest. Through national autonomy we can reduce the danger of European capitalisms using Austrian soil as bait for the working masses of its respective countries in the struggle for spheres of investment and markets. For this reason, national autonomy must necessarily be the program of all nations, classes, and parties that have an interest in the survival of Austria. But those who long for the disintegration of Austria as the fulfillment of their national hopes now know how fragile this hope is. Every considered person must strive to find a workable form of coexistence for the nations within the given state framework. No one can be allowed to withdraw from the struggle for a solution to the Austrian nationalities question by consoling himself with the belief that a great transformation in world politics will produce a solution to the national questions within this empire. It is no accident that the party advising the Germans of Austria to adopt such a policy is led by men with a noticeable lack of a sense of responsibility, by the true heirs of the German Burschenschaft, which Bismarck once called the combination of utopia with a lack of education. 28. The workers, too, are unreasonably attributed an irresponsible catastrophist politics when called upon to place their hopes in the disintegration of this empire. Yet they must pursue their class struggle on the terrain that is historically given. Their nationalities policy must serve the task of creating the conditions within the multinational state of undisguised class struggle, which constitutes, of course, the particular national politics of the workers of each nation. If Austria disintegrates within the epoch of capitalist society, it will not be torn apart by the old, liberal principle of nationality. Rather, it will disintegrate only if capitalist expansionism is able to bring the national will to serve its cause. The collapse of Austria presupposes the triumph of imperialism in the German Empire, in Russia, in Italy. But the triumph of imperialism will also mean the defeat of the working class in these countries. Should the workers of Austria place their hopes in the success of the capitalist class of neighboring countries in destroying the class consciousness of the workers, in beguiling the workers such that they no longer see their own class interests, in stealing their class ideology and diminishing the power of their class? Should a brand of politics that hinders the process of liberation of the working class be perceived by the workers as a national politics? But it is not only the interest in the class struggle of the proletariat abroad, but also the need of the class. 404. Struggle on home soil that opposes the nationalities policy of imperialism. If a victorious imperialism occupies the Austrian territories, if it integrates the small nations into the great nation-states, a terrible national struggle will erupt here between Germans and Czechs, Germans and Slovenes, Italians and Southern Slavs, Poles and Ruthenians, which will make all class struggle impossible for some time. The national policy of the working class knows only one means, the class struggle, and only one goal, that of the transformation of the entire people into an autonomous national cultural community. The Austrian workers cannot place their hopes in German, Italian, and Russian imperialism, which is the enemy of their brothers abroad and the victory of which would diminish their own power at home. The politics of nationalist imperialism cannot be the politics of the working class. Thus, the prime objective of the workers of all the nations of Austria can be not the realization of the nation-state, but only that of national autonomy within the given state framework. If Austria continues to exist, it is national self-administration that will create the most favorable conditions for the class struggle of the Austrian working class. And should the hour come in which the armies of the great states adjoining Austria cross its borders, the working class will certainly confront victorious imperialism with the demand for national self-administration in order to prevent the national struggle from stopping the deployment of the classes. National autonomy based on autonomous local administration is for the working class the law of the coexistence of the nations inhabiting this soil regardless of the state framework into which these nations are forced. It is thus only imperialism that can bring about the disintegration of Austria in the epoch of capitalist society. The workers cannot rely on this victory, Since it is uncertain, they cannot demand it, because it will be decided not in Austria, but in the class struggle within the great capitalist nations. They cannot hope for the victory of imperialism, because the victory of imperialism presupposes the defeat of the working class abroad and would decimate the advance of the proletariat in Austria itself. The national political program of the Austrian workers can thus be nothing other than that of national autonomy. But in that the Austrian workers accept the state framework as given and seek to solve national questions within this historically given framework, this state does not as a result become their state and the solutions found within the state do not become their solutions. It is not from capitalist imperialism that the working class expects the definitive solution to these questions, but from proletarian socialism. Socialism and the principle of nationality. The response of the French proletariat to the Franco-Prussian War was the Paris Commune. The response of the Russian proletariat to the Russo-Japanese 405 War was the Russian Revolution. A future imperialist world war will also inevitably give rise to a revolutionary movement. If, in the struggle for markets and spheres of investment, capital sets in motion gigantic modern armies made up of millions of combatants, it will have reached the peak of its power, one more step and it will tumble into the abyss. It is precisely the imperialist shaking of the world that will initiate the socialist transformation of the world. Imperialism will thus never be able to realize its nationalist principle in a pure form. From the day the proletariat first takes over political power in one of the great capitalist states of the European cultural sphere, new forces will emerge that will completely transform the laws governing the coexistence of the nations. These new laws will initially come into conflict with the old laws of the collapsing capitalist world. However, just as capitalist commodity production finally triumphed over the feudal monoreal system, just as its principles of state formation and delimitation, albeit after centuries of struggle, finally asserted themselves and destroyed the feudal state structure, so too will socialist society finally realize its principles of the formation and delimitation of the polity upon the ruins of the old capitalist states. From a formal juridical point of view, the modern state constitutes the sovereign territorial corporation. Nothing will change in this respect when the working class takes over power within the state and transfers the instruments of labor to the property of the state and to the smaller local associations within the state that are ruled and administered by it. The polity of the future will also be unable to do without the attribute of sovereignty. In this case, sovereignty will mean that the polity is the highest authority in relation to all production and distribution. The proletariat will not initially alter legal norms, rather, it will alter the subjects of the law and the efficacy of legal norms. However, as a result, the state will become a quite new social structure. The modern state first emerged with the monetary economy, which is itself a manifestation of commodity production. The socialist polity, on the other hand, will be based no longer on taxation, but on the fact that it is itself in charge of production and the distribution of the products of labor. The state will no longer secure for itself, by means of taxation, a share of the value derived from commodity production, but rather will itself decide in its role as proprietor as to which share of the social labor product it will devote to achieving its own goals and which share it will allocate to the members of the polity. The modern state is everywhere an instrument of the class domination of the bourgeoisie, for it was only in the form of capitalist commodity production that commodity production could become the general form of social production, thus enabling the money economy, the basis of the modern state, to spread. The socialist polity of the future, on the other hand, will abolish the antagonism between the classes and thereby also the class domination of the capitalists. It will be only now that the totality of the citizenry is called upon. 406. To form the collective will. By seizing hold of the modern state, the working class will abolish and transform it into an entirely new social structure. But in that the state dominated by the working class will transform its own nature, it will contrast not only with the modern state, but also the state in general. The state came into being as a territorial corporation in a process by which territorial organization undermined and finally eliminated the ancient clan structure. 29. From a formal juridical point of view, nothing will change here. For the polity of the future will also be a territorial corporation. The soil, the most important means of production and the foundation of all production, will be the natural basis of its efficacy. However, the nature of the territorial corporation will now change completely. For today it is in the power of the state over the soil that the domination of the propertied over the propertyless is concealed. By doing away with the private ownership of the means of production, the socialist polity will also abolish all class domination. The territorial sovereignty of the state will now no longer conceal the domination of people over people, but will be rather a pure relation between the person and the thing. The socialist polity thus will contrast not only with the modern state, but with all historical forms of the state. Whether this polity is still to be described as a state is a trivial question of terminology. Every new form of economic organization creates new forms of state constitution and new rules governing the delimitation of the political structure. How will the polities distinguish themselves from one another in socialist society? Will the nationality of the citizens also determine the frontiers of the polity? If we want to answer this question of the relationship between socialism and the political principle of nationality, we must proceed from the fact that it is socialism that will first provide the totality of the members of a people with a share in the national culture. With the uprooting of the population by social production, with the development of the nation into a unified community of education, of work, and of culture, the restricted local associations lose their power, whereas the bond embracing all members of the same nation becomes increasingly stronger. Today, the Tyrolean peasant is closely tied to his compatriots by the particular peasant culture of the region and clearly distinguished from the Germans outside the region. This fact of national being is reflected in the national consciousness. The Tyrolean peasant feels himself in the first instance to be a Tyrolean and seldom recalls his Germanness. For the Tyrolean worker the situation is already quite different. He shares less in the particularity of the Tyrolean peasant and is tied to the German nation by far stronger bonds. By making every German a product of German culture and providing all Germans with the possibility of enjoying the progress of German culture, socialist society alone will eliminate the particularism within the nation. Without doubt, this development will strengthen the power of the political principle of nationality. Another series of phenomena are driving development in the same direction. 407. The peasant masses are fettered to tradition, they hold the household goods of their ancestors dear and hate all that is new. Their love for the values of bygone days also has political import, it constitutes the root of their clerical cast of mind, their local patriotism, their devotion to the dynasty. We saw how significant this is when we investigated the forces guaranteeing the continuance of Austria. The peasants, unable to free themselves from the fetters of centuries-old tradition, are one of the pillars of the state. If the socialist mode of production, on the one hand, integrates the masses into the national cultural community and thereby strengthens their national consciousness, on the other hand, it will eliminate the love for the ideologies of bygone centuries, which prevents the pure implementation of the principle of nationality. It thus will not only strengthen the driving force of the principle of nationality, but also remove the obstacles standing in its way. However, all this will only prepare the ground for the triumph of the principle of nationality. This principle will actually be realized only by that tidal wave of rationalism that will sweep away all traditional ideologies when the dam of capitalism is broken. In the great period of transition from capitalist to socialist society, in which all that is old is destroyed, all old authorities are overthrown, and finally even the old property relations are eliminated, the old, the traditional, will lose its aura. Only now will the masses learn to overthrow the old in order to erect upon its ruins new structures dedicated to the realization of their goals. This revolution in the consciousness of the masses will be guaranteed by daily praxis within socialist society, which will for the first time provide the masses with the power to determine their own destiny, to decide, by means of free discussion and freely determined resolutions, their own future, which will transform the development of human culture into a considered, decided, and conscious act of human beings. It will be made possible by socialist education, which will provide every individual with the cultural wealth of the whole nation, indeed with a good part of the cultural wealth of the whole of humanity, thereby liberating the individual completely from the traditions of restricted local circles, broadening his outlook, making the individual for the first time capable of setting goals and astutely choosing means for their realization. Thus, for the individual in socialist society, no state frontier drawn for the purposes of a bygone era will be sacred. Only now will the masses of all the peoples be ready for the question that in the 19th century concerned only the educated, the question of the relationship between internal community and external power, which is manifested in the conflict between the nation and the state. In that the power of the restricted local associations within the nation will be reduced, whereas the national cultural community will closely embrace all members of the people, the national community will become for them a definite and immutable fact. External power, on the other hand, will now be comprehended as a means that must serve and adapt itself to human ends. The principle of 408. The adaptation of external power to the internal community, the basis of the principle of nationality, will thus become something that lives within them. In terms of its content, the principle of nationality expresses the rule that external power is to bind together and serve the internal community. But in causal terms, as a motive, this principle will attain efficacy only when the procedures and relations governing labor render the traditional state structures, which do not correspond to this principle, unbearable. This was the case when the traditional small states no longer corresponded to the needs of the bourgeoisie, which, as a consequence, took up the cause of the principle of nationality. And it will once again be the case when the transformation of social production from its capitalist into its socialist form transforms the spirit of the people, destroys their old cultural values, and enables them to pose the question as to the natural frontiers of the state. If the masses see the free national polity as their goal, it is socialism that will open up the path to this goal, for socialism will necessarily rest on democracy. Such a democratic polity will also compel its minorities to bow to the collective will, irrespective of whether it does so by means of direct force or indirectly, by excluding them from participation in the process of production and a share in its rewards. But in no case will such a polity be able to include entire nations that do not want to belong to it. If the masses of the nations are in full possession of their national culture, are equipped with rights of participation in legislation and of self-administration, and are armed, how could such nations be compelled to bow to the yoke of a polity to which they do not want to belong? All state power rests on the power of arms. But the popular army of today is, thanks to an artificial mechanism, still an instrument of the power of a person, a family, a class, just as were the armies of knights and the armies of mercenaries in former times. The army of the democratic polity of a socialist society, which will consist of highly civilized people who no longer obey the orders of a foreign power in their workshops and who are called on to fully participate in legislation and administration, will, however, be no longer an independent power, but nothing other than the nation at arms. In this way, the possibility of the domination of one nation by another will disappear. However, the multinational states in our society rest not only on the fact that entire nations do not have the power to realize the nation-state to which they aspire, and also not only on the fact that large sections of many nations that remain under the influence of the ideologies of the past and that are not included in the cultural community of their nation struggle against the idea of national unity and liberty. The implementation of the principle of nationality in its pure form is also hindered by the fact that the modern state is also an economic zone. Is it not the case that the state must strive to incorporate a territory capable of constituting an at least partially independent economic zone? Would not the productivity of labor sink if a socialist polity, in order to realize 409. The principle of national delimitation in its pure form, sought to enclose only a small economic zone without giving any consideration to production? Here we must recall the fact that it is only socialism that will be able to implement the international division of labor in a logically consistent manner. Simple commodity production increased the productivity of human labor to an enormous extent by implementing the division of labor, initially within a narrow sphere, such as a town and its surrounding zone of activity. Capitalism then implemented the division of labor within large economic zones, thereby increasing anew the productivity of labor to an enormous extent. It also already laid the foundations for an international division of labor. Classical economics then provided a theoretical foundation for the proposition that the productivity of labor in every economic zone and the wealth of every economic zone increases when the inhabitants of each zone produce only those goods for the production of which their region offers favorable conditions and exchange their products for the other goods they need. In theoretical terms, this idea cannot be disputed. Nevertheless, capitalist society has realized neither the free exchange of commodities nor the international division of labor and will not succeed in doing so. For the goal of capitalist economic policy is not the greatest possible increase in the productivity of labor, but the greatest possible maximization of profit. It pursues this goal not by distributing productive capital to the individual branches of production such that labor is rendered as productive as possible, but by accelerating the flow of unproductive capital into the sphere of production and by continually expanding markets and spheres of investment. It is only where the demands of the international division of labor by chance coincide with the demands of capitalist economic policy, as was the case in England until recently, that freedom of trade is realized within capitalist society. In socialist society, on the other hand, in which the means of production are no longer capital, capitalist economic policy will lose all sense. Socialist society will therefore be able to realize for the first time the international division of labor and the distribution of labor corresponding to it within the individual economic zones. To be sure, this will not come about as the result of a sudden transformation. If a state has cultivated an iron industry with the help of the protection of tariff barriers rather than utilizing the richer iron ore of other countries acquired by means of the free exchange of commodities, a socialist society will not be able to suddenly close down the blast furnaces and steel works that already exist. But every year the number of working people and the production apparatus of the society will increase. The society will direct the new workers, the new means of production into those branches of production for which the country offers favorable conditions of production and will exchange its products for those of other countries. The socialist polity will thus, within only a few decades, be able to implement the division of labor between states that is called for by classical economics. 410. It is only in this way that the greatest obstacle to the implementation of the principle of nationality will be removed. For now even the smallest nation will be able to construct an independently organized national economy. Although the large nations will produce a variety of goods, the small nation will devote its whole labor force to the production of one or a few types of goods and will acquire all other goods from the other nations by means of exchange. It will thus, despite its size, have access to all the advantages of the large concern. Even those peoples whose territory has been provided with mineral resources by nature to a very meager extent will be able to form an independent economic unit. Ricardo has proved irrefutably that even the economic zone least favored by nature is assigned its own particular task by the international division of labor. It will produce those goods in the production of which all other countries, in relative terms, are least superior and will have to exchange these goods for the products of all other economic areas. Through the international division of labor, the whole of civilized humanity will thus become one great organism. It is precisely in this way that the political liberty and unity of all nations will become possible. In a society in which every polity is autarkic, in which each is to meet its own needs, the implementation of the principle of nationality in its pure form is impossible. National liberty necessarily remains denied to the small nations, the nations whose territory of settlement offers less favorable conditions for production. However, when the international division of labor includes all peoples, the most important barrier preventing the adaptation of the political division of humanity to its structure as historical communities of culture will be removed. The shifts within social labor will also acquire a completely new character in socialist society. For the migrations of the individual that, ruled by the blind laws of capitalist competition, are almost completely devoid of conscious regulation will now come to an end. They will be replaced by the conscious regulation of migrations by the socialist polities. These will bring in immigrants where the increased number of workers increases the productivity of labor. They will induce a part of the population to emigrate where growing numbers of people are contributing to sinking returns from the soil. In that emigration and immigration will thus be consciously regulated by the society. Every nation will acquire for the first time power over its linguistic borders. Thus, social migrations will no longer be able to continually override the principle of nationality against the will of the nation. It is no accident that the realization of the principle of nationality is tied to the victory of socialism. In the age of clan communism, the polities at least originally were nationally homogeneous. Even where a tribe was subjugated by a foreign people, it did not initially lose its form of political organization, but merely became dependent as a polity on the polity of the victors and was obliged to pay tribute. It was only with the disintegration of the old 411 communist nation into restricted local associations that the political fissuring of the nation also began. And it was only with the division into classes, with the splitting of the nation into members of the nation and tenants of the nation, that domination by a foreign nation also became possible. The opposition between the ruling and the ruled, the exploiting and the exploited classes assumed the form of the domination of the non-historical nations by the historical nations. From the time of the development of social production in the form of capitalist commodity production onward, political particularism was repressed. The need for a division of labor within the large economic zones led to the erection of the great nation-state upon the ruins of innumerable small states. This same development, however, rendered domination by a foreign nation unendurable. The non-historical nations awakened to historical life and also aspired to the realization of the nation-state. Finally, social production will shed its capitalist skin. It will be only now that the national community of culture is realized, it will be only now that all particularism within the nation disappears and the domination by one nation of other peoples becomes impossible. It will be only now that the division of labor encompasses the whole of humanity and that, for this reason, there is no longer any obstacle standing in the way of the political structuring of humanity into free nations. The political structuring of humanity mirrors its national cultural being, which is in turn determined by the development of the procedures and conditions of labor. Political particularism and foreign domination are the political manifestations of an age that is characterized, in national terms, by the division of the nation into members of the nation and tenants of the nation, by the disintegration of the nation into restricted local associations and, in economic terms, by settled agriculture, private ownership of the means of production, and the monoreal system. The principle of nationality is the principle of state formation of the unified and autonomous nation in the age of social production. The construction of the great nation-states in the 19th century merely heralds the realization of the national community of culture in its pure form by socialism, just as social production in its capitalist form heralds cooperative production by the society and for the society. Socialism thus holds the promise for all nations of the realization of their desire for political unity and freedom. This also applies to the German nation. For this reason, the German workers have no part in the infantile games of the Pan-Germans, no part in the anti-worker machinations of German imperialism. They know that their class struggle with the capitalist class is also a struggle for the political unity of their people. For this reason the German workers, far removed from the frivolous machinations of the Pan-German adventurers, with the calmness born of the certainty of victory, address the German people in the words of the poet. 412. Patience. The day will come where one will hang a single canopy over the whole of German land. 30. But because it is precisely from the progress of social production and the international division of labor that the principle of nationality emerges, it is soon confronted by its own limits. Already within capitalist society, ever closer interaction links the different states. A generally valid form of regulation of this interaction becomes even more necessary, a legal system the validity of which extends beyond the borders of the individual states. The increased interaction between states resulting from the development of the capitalist economy, the emergence of the great modern states, and the expansion of the power of the European nations over the colonial territories abroad has given rise to international law. In the first instance, the states regulate their relations through treaties. To the old pacts of alliance and peace are added agreements concerning the laws of land and naval warfare. Economic relations also gradually come to be regulated by agreements between states. Thus emerges the diverse system of treaties that constitutes the foundation of modern international law, agreements concerning inland and maritime shipping, trade and customs duties, railway traffic, postal and telegraph systems and measures, coinages and weights. But international law soon reaches beyond the sphere of immediate economic interests. Thus, today agreements between states regulate the policing of sanitary conditions, in particular in regard to the struggle against epidemics, and the struggle against both the white and black slave trade. Thus, there is the attempt to initiate through agreements parallel systems of regulating civil and procedural law. Out of all these agreements there emerges a series that creates a quite new structure, the international authority. Wherever the foundation of common administrative activity is to be established, the states create a common organ, an authority that, by virtue of its international mandate, is permanently to fulfill the tasks assigned it by the treaties between states. Such a character is borne by the International Health Commissions, the International Commissions for the Monitoring of the Financial Administration of Individual States, the International Rivers Commissions. These are granted rights that are otherwise accorded to sovereign states and that even the theory of the state has therefore attempted to construe as a particular form of the state, as river states. But by far the most important among the international authorities are the so-called administrative communities. These have been emerging since the 1860s and are based on agreements to which every state is in principle free to accede. Among them are, for example, the International Postal Union, the International Telegraph Union, the Community of States for the Protection of Commercial Property, the Association of States for the Protection of Literary and Artistic Works, the Union of States for the Struggle Against the Seizure of Slaves, the Central Office of International Transport, the Office of the Standing Sugar Commission, and so on. Some of these authorities, 413, have already been granted judicial power, for example, the Health and Rivers Commissions, the offices of the International Postal Union and the Community of Railways. In addition, since 1899 The Hague has housed the Permanent Court of Arbitration. As imperfect as these individual structures are, they carry within them the healthy seed of new social organisms. The interaction between the different states has already become so close that the law and organs of the state are proving to be no longer enough. The direction of development is toward a legal system that stands above state rights and binds the states themselves. It is creating organs the activities of which will no longer be hindered by any state frontier. State treaties and international authorities today satisfy this need. But they are beset by an internal contradiction. The community of international law has statutes and organs, but has not itself yet been constituted as a legal entity. We have statutes and are ignorant of the collective will that establishes them and whose power guarantees them. We have international organs and are ignorant of the body whose organ they should be. In socialist society, the agreements between the polities and the international organs will without doubt rapidly grow in number. At the same time, the increasing interaction between the different polities will in the first instance compel the implementation of the international division of labor. However, international regulation to a far greater extent will become possible and necessary only when the social processes that are today composed of innumerable decisions and actions of individuals are consciously regulated by the different polities. For example, large migrations will be possible only on the basis of international treaties. Finally, in socialist society the planned regulation of international interaction will also be necessary due to the fact that every disappointed expectation, every inappropriate calculation affecting the individual merchant, the individual emigrant, will quite directly affect the whole society. One can imagine, for example, The consequences when a socialist polity organizes itself for the production of a good that is to be exchanged against the products of the other nations and finds this expectation disappointed. The international division of labor is impossible if the exchange of goods and interaction is not directed and regulated on an international basis. Interstate agreements and administrative communities will thus ultimately not be able to meet the needs of the society of the future. Statutes that are not guaranteed by an organized collective will and organs that cannot be regarded as the organ of any entity will not suffice for this society. It will ultimately have to constitute the community of international law as a legal entity and provide it with permanent representatives. This will come about the day the national polities establish an international office to which they entrust supreme authority over the exchange of goods between the polities and thereby indirectly also supreme authority over the production within every. 414. Polity. Just as the development of capitalist commodity production linked the monoreal estates and the towns isolated during the Middle Ages to form the modern state, so too will the international division of labor create in socialist society a new type of social structure above the national polity, a state of states, into which the individual national polities will integrate themselves. The United States of Europe will thus be no longer a dream, but the inevitable ultimate goal of a movement that the nations have long since begun and that will be enormously accelerated by forces that are already becoming apparent. We have seen that socialism will necessarily lead to the realization of the principle of nationality. However, in that socialist society will construct a federative state above the national polities into which the polities are in turn gradually incorporated, the principle of nationality will change into national autonomy, the principle of nationality as the rule of the formation of the state into the principle of nationality as the rule of the constitution of the state. The socialist principle of nationality is the superior unity of the principle of nationality and national autonomy. As a consequence, the socialist principle of nationality is able to combine all the advantages of the bourgeois principle of nationality as well as those of national autonomy. By organizing the nation as a polity, it will confer upon it the power of self-legislation and self-administration, control of its instruments of labor and its products of labor and the force of arms. However, by incorporating the nation into a community of international law constituted as a corporation, it will also guarantee the nation power beyond its territorial frontiers. Let us assume, for example, that a future socialist society sees that it can increase the productivity of labor in Germany by lowering the number of workers there and can increase the productivity of labor in southern Russia by increasing the number of workers there. It will thus seek to transfer a part of the German population to southern Russia. But Germany will not send its sons and daughters to the east without safeguarding their cultural independence. The German colonists will consequently enter the polity of the Ukraine not as individuals, but as a corporation under public law. If the national territorial corporations unite to form an international polity, planned colonization will give rise to foreign language associations of persons within the international polity, associations that in some respects will be legally bound to the territorial corporation of their nation, and in others to the polity of the foreign nation whose soil they inhabit. Socialist society will thus without doubt present a colorful picture of national associations of persons and territorial corporations. It will be just as different from the centralist atomist organization of our states as the equally diversely structured society of the Middle Ages. It is not our wish here to depict a fantasy of the coming society. That which has been said here concerning this society is derived from a sober assessment of its nature. The transformation of the human being through the 415. Socialist mode of production will necessarily lead to the organization of humanity into national polities. The international division of labor will necessarily lead to the unification of national polities in a social structure of a higher order. All nations unified in the shared domination of nature, but the totality organized into national polities called upon to independently develop and freely enjoy their national cultures. This is the socialist principle of nationality. 7. The program and tactics of the Nationalities program of the Social Democratic Workers' Party. Modern socialism first emerged in the great nation-states of Western Europe. It was thus the social structure and political position of these nations that initially determined modern socialism's position regarding the nationalities question. In the first place, the working class of these nations opposes the national form of evaluation employed by the conservative classes with the rationalist form of evaluation. It opposes the ideal of the preservation of national specificity with the idea of the development of the entire people into a nation. Expressed in positive terms, the politics of the working class are thus national evolutionary politics. Expressed in negative terms, they represent the rejection of national conservative politics, that is, cultural cosmopolitanism. However, because the development of the entire people into a nation must be won not through a struggle with other peoples, but through the class struggle within the nation, the working class does not become aware of the national content of its politics. On the other hand, it correspondingly becomes all the more acutely aware of the negative aspect of its politics, of the rejection of the national form of evaluation, of national historiography, and of national conservative politics. Cultural cosmopolitanism is thus the prevailing mood of the struggling working class in the case of the French, the English, and the Germans within the empire. These nations are historical nations. Here, the workers are engaged in a struggle against the propertied classes of their own nations. In the context of this struggle, the workers do not see that they are linked to their class opponents by the bond of the national community of culture. Correspondingly, they see all the more clearly that the workers of the other nations are their comrades in labor, suffering, and struggle. As a consequence, their view of national differences becomes blurred, and the result is a renewal among the workers of the old idea of humanity. The prevailing mood that emerges among them is thus one of naive cosmopolitanism. This mood is gradually refined. 417. 418. Into a conscious internationalism, that is, into the knowledge that the progress of the working class of every nation is conditioned by the progress of the proletariat of all nations. The idea of humanity is replaced by the knowledge of the solidarity linking the interests of the workers of all nations. This knowledge now of course leads to action. The workers of each nation seek to support, insofar as this is possible, the struggles being waged by the workers of other nations, and here this means other states. On the other hand, the idea of internationalism cannot serve here as a program for state formation. The existence of the nation-state is incontestable. In this context, the workers do not see the positive aspect of the nation-state. They do not perceive it as the natural state, as the external organization of the power of an internal community. Rather, they see only its negative aspect. They perceive it as a class state, as an organization of the power of the propertied classes. The idea of internationalism also does not assume the concrete form of a program for the state constitution. National education already exists and thus cannot constitute a demand. The workers thus do not become conscious of the positive elements within it. They perceive education not as a means of producing a national community of culture, but see only its negative aspect. They perceive advanced education as a privilege, primary education as an instrument of the power of the propertied classes. The issue of whether the working class must demand the use of the national language within the apparatus of administration and before the courts also cannot arise here, since the dominance of the national language in the state bureaucracy is indisputable. And here again, the workers see only the negative aspect of this phenomenon. It is not the language of administration that is questioned, but the administrative apparatus itself, which the propertied classes have made into an instrument of the subjugation and exploitation of the workers. It is only in the context of its opposition to imperialism that the internationalism of the workers of the great nation-states attains a certain definition. To be sure, the immediate concern here is not the relationship between their own nation and foreign peoples, but the relationship between their own state and other states. However, if it is the aim of imperialism to realize the nationalistic idea of hegemony, it is with the idea of national liberty that the workers oppose this imperialist aim. The political principle of nationality becomes the ideology of the working class due to the fact that the nationalistic principle has become an instrument deployed in the struggle waged by capitalist expansionism. Thus, During the war in South Africa, the European workers enthusiastically supported the cause of liberty and political independence for the Boers, condemned the oppression of the Indians, and even did justice to the rebellion of the Boxers. If the capitalist class aspires to the large multinational state ruled by one nation, it is the old bourgeois idea of the free nation-state that is taken up by the working class. These are thus the elements of proletarian internationalism within the 419 great nation-states. Its prevailing mood is that of cultural cosmopolitanism. Its content is the knowledge of the solidarity of the workers of all nations. It attains growing definition through the struggle against imperialism, through which the liberty and self-determination of every nation becomes the demand of the workers of all nations. All these elements were already present in the old international. The problems of the state constitution, the national school, the use of the national language in public life could not possibly have arisen here. The working class is first confronted with these questions when socialism penetrates the multinational states from the nation-states, the non-historical nations from the historical nations. The working class must find an answer to these questions. Socialist theory must investigate the forces which, in affecting millions of individual workers and thousands of individual union delegates, will ultimately determine this answer. If today the old formulations of internationalism are no longer sufficient for us, if we aspire to a more comprehensive and more thorough investigation of the relation of the working class to national problems, to a derivation of a particular nationalities program from the general ideas of internationalism, this is, in the final analysis, an effect of the fact that the capitalist mode of production and thereby also the socialist cast of mind of the workers is being transmitted from one country to the other. It was that first searched for a specifically proletarian position regarding concrete national questions. Today, internationalism is already searching for a concrete definition of content within the Russian Empire. We have already commented on how in Austria naive cosmopolitanism on the one hand and naive nationalism on the other are gradually being transformed into a conscious internationalism. It is not uninteresting to observe how this process initially finds expression in nebulous formulations in the party press and in workers' assemblies. Thus, in recent years we have been given to understand by German social democrats in Austria, for example, that the workers are also good Germans. However, if I say of someone that he is a good German, this means in the first instance nothing more than that he belongs to the German community of culture, is determined by German culture, and is thereby linked to his fellow German nationals in a community of character. In this sense, the workers are not good Germans. For national misery within class society is based precisely on the fact that the bulk of the working population is almost completely excluded from the national community of culture, the fact that the propertied classes appropriate and withhold from the working class not only the material goods that the workers produce, but also the national culture that is founded on the labor of the proletariat. The attempt to convince the workers that today they are already good Germans disguises the antagonism between the classes, masks the exploitation of the workers, and glosses over the misery of the working class. On the contrary, it is because the workers cannot be good Germans at all today. 420. That we aspire to a form of society in which all workers share in the national culture and are thereby joined together in a national community of culture. The workers are not good Germans, but we are struggling to make them into good Germans. It will now be objected that such remarks are not at all meant to be understood in this way. It will be argued that these remarks are not to be understood as asserting the full participation of the working class in the national community of culture. Their aim is merely to characterize the political position of the working class in regard to the national question, to express the fact that the workers are also national. Now, the politics of the propertied classes are national conservative politics, the politics of the working class are national evolutionary politics. In Austria, the politics of the propertied classes are national power politics, the politics of the working class, by contrast, are the politics of national autonomy. The propertied classes expect the definitive solution to the national question from capitalist imperialism, which is supposed to erect a multinational state for them in which their own nation dominates the other peoples. The working class, by contrast, expects an end to the national struggles through the advent of a proletarian socialism that unifies each nation in an autonomous community while also integrating it into the community of international law organized as the supreme social body. We can see how in every issue of nationalities policy the working class is opposed to the national policy of the ruling and propertied classes. Can there be any sense, then, in saying that the workers are also national? Does it serve any purpose to characterize with the same word two orientations of the will that oppose each other on every issue? Is that which one would now like to call the policy of the working class something other than the concrete form of its old international policy? The internal value of these formulations, which have become so popular in recent years, is thus very low. Nevertheless, their surfacing, if our interpretation is correct, indicates a great advance in the development of the working class, namely the step from naive cosmopolitanism to conscious internationalism. The workers were once told that it was not a question of whether we were Germans or Czechs, for we were all people. Later they were instructed that it was a matter of indifference which language we spoke, for we were all exploited and struggling workers. Gradually one becomes cognizant of the fact that one cannot silence the demands of an interest group by having them disappear in a larger totality, by having their concept submerged in a broader concept. Today we know that we can derive the international policies of the workers in no way other than by showing that the German workers cannot fight for their interests without promoting the interests of the workers of all other nations. Rather than disregarding the national diversity of the workers, we are showing how the workers of every nation have an interest in the satisfaction of the national cultural needs of the workers of other nations. 421. But this development from cosmopolitanism to internationalism is not achieved by theoretically formulating and justifying internationalism. The new idea must gradually conquer the consciousness of many thousands of individuals and repulse the old ideas that dominate that consciousness. In the struggle of the new with the old within hundreds of thousands of minds, a multitude of confused situations and a frequent lack of clarity arise for individuals and for the party, the collective will of which is determined by such individuals. Such a period of transition readily expresses its internal lack of clarity in meaningless or contradictory formulations. When it is said that the Social Democrats are also good Germans, that they are also national, the aim of the speaker is really to express the fact that social democracy does not want to disregard the empirical fact of national diversity and the national struggles, and that it, too, has a particular response to the question of nationalities. The predilection of some party comrades for such formulations can thus teach us to understand a great historical process. But although conscious internationalism is only gradually overcoming naive cosmopolitanism in the consciousness of the individual party comrades, it has long since achieved theoretical victory. This occurred in 1899 at the All-Austrian Party Gesamtpartei Congress in Brienne, which adopted the following nationalities program. Because the national turmoil in Austria is paralyzing the political progress and the cultural development of the people, because this turmoil is to be traced back first and foremost to the political backwardness of our public institutions, and because, in particular, the continuation of the national dispute is one of the means by which the ruling classes are safeguarding their power and preventing the real interests of the people from achieving forceful expression, the Party Congress declares. The definitive regulation of the nationalities and language questions in Austria in the spirit of equality of rights and reason is above all a cultural demand and is therefore in the vital interest of the proletariat. This is possible only within a truly democratic polity founded on universal, equal, and direct suffrage, in which all feudal privileges have been eliminated within the state and the provinces lander, for it is only within such a polity that the laboring classes, which are in reality the elements maintaining the state and the society, can express themselves. The cultivation and development of the national specificity of all peoples in Austria is possible only on the basis of equal rights and the denial of all forms of oppression, and it is therefore above all necessary that all bureaucratic state centralism be combated, as must be the feudal privileges of the provinces lander. Under these conditions, and only these, it will be possible to replace the national discord in Austria with national order, a process requiring recognition of the following guiding principles. 422. Austria is to be transformed into a democratic federative state of nationalities. 2. In place of the historical crown lands, nationally defined self-governing bodies are to be constituted whose legislative and administrative needs are to be attended to by national chambers elected on the basis of universal, equal, and direct suffrage. 3. All the self-governing territories of one and the same nation together are to constitute a nationally homogeneous unit that attends to its national affairs completely autonomously. 4. The rights of national minorities are to be safeguarded by a specific law passed by the Imperial Parliament. 5. We do not recognize any national privilege and therefore reject the demand for a language of state. The extent to which a single language of communication is required will be determined by the Imperial Parliament. The Party Congress as the organ of the international social democratic movement expresses the conviction that, on the basis of these guiding principles, an understanding between the peoples is possible. It solemnly declares that it recognizes the right of every nationality to national existence and national development, but it also declares that the peoples can further the progress of their cultures only in close solidarity and not through petty quarrels with one another, that, in particular, the working class of all languages, in the interest of each individual nation as in the interest of the totality, must hold to the international alliance of friendship and struggle and must conduct its political and trade union struggle with one voice. 1. The most sensitive shortcoming of this program lies in the fact that it fails to comprehend the question of nationalities in Austria in a global context. A social democratic nationalities program must derive its concrete demands from the position of the working class within the society, must integrate the particular national problems in Austria into the great social question. If one attempts this, the inevitable result will be the formulation of the socialist policies of the working class as its actual national policy, for which its constitutional and administrative policies serve as a mere instrument. The political nationalities program will thereby also acquire greater content, for the working class will not be able to content itself with demanding, upon the historically given soil of its struggle, the constitution that clears the way for its class struggle. It will also have to inform the peoples of the type of political structure its victory in the class struggle promises the nations. The fact that the Social Democratic Nationalities program must indicate the position of the working class regarding the principle of nationality, that it cannot evade the 423 question of the principle of nationality, was also revealed at the Bryan Party Congress, where the delegates of the Polish and Ruthenian workers presented a programmatic declaration stating that the political unity and independence of their nation is and remains a goal of their struggle. The resolution thus essentially represents only a contemporary national program. In its first three principles, the idea of national autonomy is outlined very enthusiastically. More questionable is the fourth principle, which deals with the rights of national minorities. The initial draft spoke only of the protection, not of the rights, of the national minorities. The delegates at the Party Congress clearly felt that such protection corresponded only to the centralist-atomist regulation of national relations in its liberal variant, which protects the citizen against legislative and administrative intervention by means of rights guaranteed by the basic law of the state. As a result, protection was replaced by the rights of the national minorities. The closing remarks of the speaker Seeliger prove very clearly that here one must consider the constitution of the minority as a corporate body even if this was not explicitly referred to. 2. There is thus a flaw in our nationalities program. We have not answered the question of national minorities, but merely explained who is to bear responsibility for determining it. The timorousness with which this question is avoided is of course understandable. Nevertheless, the party can by no means do without a minorities program, since it is precisely the national minorities that are the object of the most violent national struggles. We believe we have shown that the working class cannot answer this question in any way other than with the demand for the constitution of minorities as corporate bodies under public law on the basis of the personality principle. If in Bryan there was a lack of resolution in regard to this demand, this was due not only to the particularly perilous character of the question of national minorities, but certainly also to the lack of awareness of any alternative to a personality principle completely detached from the state administrative apparatus. The adherents of the personality principle imagine the nations as constituted entirely outside the sphere of public administration, such as in the case of the religious communities. In their draft program, the Slovenian Social Democrats declared quite specifically, territorial divisions have a purely administrative character and have no influence on national relations. 3. It was only after the Bryan Party Congress that Rudolf Springer's The Struggle of the Austrian Nations for the State was published. It was shown there how local public administration could be placed directly in the hands of the nations without this entailing a denial of the autonomy of the national minorities. The fifth principle of the program seems to me to be less important. The language of communication is a requirement of the state, the satisfaction of which the working class must certainly grant the state, but it is not a need of the proletariat, the satisfaction of which would have to be demanded by the social democratic program. 424. If in the not-too-distant future the party sees itself as compelled to re-examine its nationalities program, it will thus have to integrate its Austrian constitutional program into the general social program of the working class and express the content of its class struggle and its objective. It will further have to supplement the constitutional program itself through the demand for the autonomy of the national minorities. If we were to briefly summarize the results of our investigation in the form of a program, we would formulate them, for example, as follows. A. In capitalist society, the working class is excluded from the national community of culture. The ruling and propertied classes alone appropriate the cultural wealth of the nation. The Social Democratic Workers' Party aspires to make the national culture, produced by the labor of the entire people, the property of the whole people, and thereby to join all the members of a people together in a national community of culture, to realize the nation as a community of culture. When the working class fights for higher wages and reduced working hours, when it wants to extend the education system so that the school provides access to the treasures of the national culture for the children of the proletariat as well, when it demands complete freedom of the press, of assembly, and of association, it is fighting for the conditions of the extension of the national community of culture. However, the working class knows that the workers within capitalist society can never achieve full enjoyment of the national culture. It is for this reason that it will capture political power and transfer the means of production from private property to social property. Only in a society founded on social property and cooperative production will the entire people be called on to participate in the enjoyment of national cultural wealth, to actively participate in the national culture. The nation must first become a community of labor before it can fully and truly become a community of culture that determines itself. It is for this reason that the socialization of the means of production is the goal, the class struggle the instrument, of the national policies of the working class. B. In this struggle, the workers of each nation confront the propertied classes of their own people as irreconcilable adversaries. On the other hand, the economic, political, and cultural progress of the workers of each nation is conditioned by the economic, political, and cultural progress of the proletariat of all the other nations. The working class of each nation can thus win economic and political liberation and incorporation into its national community of culture only in battle with the propertied classes of all nations and in close alliance with the working class of all the peoples. See in Austria, this class struggle is hindered by the central-estatimist constitution. This constitution compels all nations to struggle for power within the state. The propertied classes abuse these power struggles by casting their class and competitive struggles in the form of national struggles, they thereby 425. Guise class antagonisms and place the masses of the exploited and subjugated peoples in the service of their power interests. The central-estatimist constitution, whether it appears in the form of state centralism or that of crown land federalism, is thus intolerable for the workers of all nations. The working classes of all nations demand a constitution that brings an end to the power struggles of the nations by assigning to each nation a legally guaranteed sphere of power, A constitution that provides each nation with the possibility of freely pursuing the development of its culture and makes it possible for the workers of all nations to win a share in their national culture. The Social Democratic Workers' Party thus demands the complete reorganization of Austria according to the following principles. 1. Austria is to be transformed into a democratic federative state of nationalities. 2. In place of the historical crown lands, nationally defined self-governing bodies are to be constituted whose legislation and administration is attended to by national chambers elected on the basis of universal, equal, and direct suffrage. 3. All the self-governing territories of one and the same nation are together to constitute a nationally uniform association, that attends to its national affairs with complete autonomy. 4. The national minorities within each self-governing territory are to be constituted as corporations under public law, which, with complete autonomy, provide for the education system of the national minority and which grant legal assistance to the members of their people in their dealings with the authorities and the courts. D. The working class can conduct its class struggle only within the historically given framework of the state. It refuses to hope that a solution to the question of nationalities will come from the uncertain victory of an imperialist world transformation, because the victory of imperialism presupposes the defeat of the working class in the great neighboring capitalist states, and because it would unleash violent national struggles within Austria itself that would inevitably retard the class struggle and thereby also the cultural development of all the nations. It is not from capitalist imperialism, but from proletarian socialism, that the working class expects the realization of the political unity and liberty of all nations. Like every form of society before it, the socialist social order will completely transform the principles of the formation and delimitation of the polity. It will destroy the forces inherited from the epoch of feudalism and early capitalism that still sustain the multinational state. It will divide humanity into nationally defined polities that, in possession of their means of production, will freely and consciously control the development of their national culture. 426. But at the same time, socialist society will also implement the international division of labor. It will thus also link the independent national polity to numerous international administrative communities that will ultimately become organs of the community of international law constituted as a corporation. It will thus gradually integrate the national polities as autonomous members into a great international polity of a new type. The unification of all of civilized humanity in the common task of mastering nature and the division of humanity into autonomous national polities that enjoy their own national cultural wealth and that consciously control the development of their national culture is the ultimate goal of the international social democratic movement. The political organization. The Social Democratic Nationalities program is the common property of the class-conscious workers of all nations. For this reason it is possible for the workers of all the nations in Austria to be organized in a unified party. Nevertheless, the International Workers' Party in Austria is not subdivided into local but into national groups. The Austrian Social Democratic movement is composed of the German, Czech, Polish, Ruthenian, Southern Slavic, and Italian International Social Democratic Workers' Parties. This subdivision was not devised by a theorist and decreed by the Wimmerg Party Congress. It is rather the case that the Party Congress was forced to implement this subdivision in 1897 in order to prevent the young social democratic parties of the non-German nations from increasingly cutting themselves off from the unified party and ultimately breaking away completely. The work of the Wimmerg Party Congress was not the separation, but the organic federation, of the social democratic workers' parties of the different nations. How can it be explained that the International Party is necessarily subdivided into national groups? In the first place, it is necessary to refute the idea that we must grant autonomy to the workers of every nation within the party because we are striving for national autonomy within the state. We often encounter this putative argument in party discussions. Thus the Czech comrades, for example, base their call for the realization of national autonomy even within the trade union organization by pointing to the Bryan program. However, this argument is not cogent. Social organizations as diverse as the state, the party, and the trade union also require different organizational principles. If the international social democratic movement in Austria has to divide itself into national groups, this cannot be explained by the fact that the party aspires to national autonomy within the state. The division of the party can be attributed in the first place to the fact that it must employ different means in its agitation work among the different nations. It must address the workers of each nation in the assembly, the press. 427. And the organization in their own language. The party thus requires particular spokesmen, particular organizations, particular authors for the workers of each nation. The body of the party thereby naturally divides into language, and thus national, groups. In dividing the party into national groups, the statutes of the organization thus merely express in the form of a rule that which is an inevitable fact in the daily life of the party. In addition, each nation is divided into different political parties that express the different social subdivisions and the cultural development of the nation. Even if the entire working class strives to attain the same goals by the same means, the workers of the different nations are confronted with different parties. The workers of the different nations are thereby also confronted with different tasks in their struggle. The Czech workers are confronted with quite different parties from those confronting the German workers, and they must consequently wage a quite different struggle. Thus, in the context of the political struggle, the army of the proletariat actually divides into different groups according to the nationality of the combatants, and, in turn, the statutes of the organization must adapt the formal subdivision to the actual division. However, behind all this lies an even more fundamental reason. Socialism enters into conflict with the traditional ideologies of every nation that embraces it, and, precisely through its struggle with these ideologies, socialism is positioned within a relationship to the entire history of the nation. For this reason, despite all points of agreement, the socialist sphere of ideas of the German comrades is different in terms of its details from the sphere of ideas found among the Polish or Italian comrades. Thus, there emerges within each nation a more limited socialist community of culture and thereby also a socialist national community of character, one that can be distinguished just as clearly from the overall national community of character as it can from the overall socialist community of character. In terms of their ideas and temperament, the comrades of different nationalities are not completely the same, and, as a consequence, they will not decide in completely the same way in a particular case. Here too, this in turn results in an effective subdivision of the proletarian army. The statutes of the organization can adapt to this effective division only if they constitute the different internal communities of the party as particular members of the organization. We thus see that the division of the party into national groups is the principle of organization that is appropriate to it, even if the goals and means of the struggle of the workers of all nations are identical and even if there is no fear of power struggles between the workers of the individual nations within the party. However, all this merely furnishes the formal principle of division. What matters are the functions that are allocated to the individual national groups and those that are allocated to the Gesamtpartei. When the division of the party along national lines was decided at the Wimmerg Party Congress, this 428 distribution of functions was no doubt envisaged such that the Austrian social democratic movement would remain in the form of a unified party that would merely be subdivided into national groups. The position of each of these national groups in relation to the Gesamtpartei would in principle be barely different from that of the territorial groups in relation to the party in the great nation-states. In the last years, however, another conception has gradually been imposing itself. Increasingly, the social democratic groups of the individual nations are assuming the appearance of independent parties and the Gesamtpartei that of an alliance of independent parties. As a rule, these parties act in concert. But if a question arises on which they adopt different positions, the minority is not obliged to subordinate itself, rather, each party proceeds independently, even if this entails acting against the comrades of another nation. It was this conception that, during the Bryan Parish Council elections in 1905, led to the fact that the German and Czech comrades competed with one another for seats on the parish council and to the fact that the German workers voted with the German bourgeoisie against the Czech workers and the Czech bourgeoisie. Anyone who has followed the development of the Austrian party in the last years cannot doubt that we are faced with the following question: do we want a unified, nationally subdivided party or a loose alliance of independent national parties? One could easily draw the conclusion that the Party Congress of 1897 already decided in favor of the second eventuality. In fact, even if the Party Congress had not wanted to create anything more than a unified party which is composed of the different nationalities, as Comrade Nemec expressed it at the time, the Party Congress did not completely fulfill its task. For the Party Congress provided only for the federation of the party as a whole. It provided it with unitary organs, the All-Austrian Party Congress Gesamtparteitage, the All-Austrian Party Delegation Gesamtvertretung and the Permanent All-Austrian Party Executive Gesamtexecutive. On the other hand, the Congress failed to provide for the federation of the nationally divided comrades of the individual districts, constituencies, and provinces. However, the next Gesamtpartei Congress, which took place in 1899, decided to take the first steps toward an organic federation of the comrades in the individual districts and constituencies. It decided that in all constituencies where territorial relations do not render it totally impossible, the organization of the comrades for public elections of any kind is to be carried out not on the basis of separated national groups, but on a communal and unitary basis. The subdivision of the Social Democratic Party into national groups decided upon by Vienna Party Congress of 1897 has created completely new forms of organization, which must now be integrated in order to ensure unified and common action, particularly where political matters are concerned. The Party Congress has therefore decided that the national groups must be mutually Rep. 429. Presented in all organizations at the level of the province land, the constituency, and the district in order to ensure that political organization is carried out in a collective and unitary manner. 5. It is clear that even these resolutions cannot be sufficient for a genuinely unified party. For even in this case, the organizations still act as one power toward another. A unified party cannot do without, as the history of the past 2 decades has surely clearly proved, a permanent organ in the individual constituencies and districts, the decisions of which within the borders of its jurisdiction are binding on all comrades regardless of their nationality. In fact, at the Vienna Party Congress of 1903, the organization of one Vienna constituency proposed a motion for a closer linking of national groups within the constituency. However, rather than adopting this motion, the Party Congress contented itself with recalling the resolutions already adopted in Brünn. The Austrian Social Democratic organization is thus a contradictory construction. At the highest levels of the party, so to speak in the Gesamtpartei Congress and the Gesamtpartei Delegation, we have unitary organs that pass resolutions that are supposed to be binding on the comrades of all nations. In the district, in the constituency, in the province, on the other hand, we have independent national organizations that work independent of one another, deal with one another as separate powers, and have no permanent common organ. If we are to develop ourselves into a unified party, we also need common organs in the administrative districts of the party, organs that in certain questions concerning the whole of the party of the district or constituency are able to pass resolutions with a majority of votes that hold for all comrades within the district or constituency. On the other hand, if we develop ourselves into a loose alliance of independent national parties, the majority principle will scarcely be able to assert itself even in the Gesamtpartei Delegation and at the Gesamtpartei Congress. In fact, the suggestion that the Gesamtpartei Congress should be abolished has already appeared in the press. If one allows the national groups to take root in separate soils and to grow independently and without restraint, one will scarcely be able to bind them together in their fully developed form. However, it would be a great mistake to conclude from this that the development of the party is thus dependent on some future party congresses improving or supplementing the old principles of organization. On the contrary, if the party develops itself into a closed unity of national groups, it will already know how to find the appropriate form of organization. But if the national groups become independent parties with independent policies, even the best organizational statutes will not be able to prevent the collapse of the party. The development of does not depend on its organizational resolutions. It is also not a question of the program of the party, for in this regard the workers of all the nations are in agreement if 430. One leaves aside certain differences of opinion on the question of the national minorities, about which, however, not even all the comrades within each national group hold the same opinion. Whether the Austrian Workers' Party will remain a unified party containing national subdivisions or become a loose alliance of independent national parties depends rather on the position it adopts in regard to the concrete issues of the day. It also depends on the position adopted by the individual national groups within their own particular frameworks on the basis of the common program. It is thus a question of national tactics. When sets about determining its tactics in regard to the national power struggles in Austria, it is dealing with nothing less than the unity of the party. The national question in the trade unions. The history of the trade union movement reflects the history of capitalist development. As long as each city constituted an independent social formation with its own commodity and labor markets, as long as the gaze of the craft worker did not extend beyond the borders of his city, the workers organized in local professional associations. The English trade clubs of the 18th century bore such a character. But the more closely each individual city became intertwined in the economic workings of a large capitalist economic zone, the more the economic zone also became a unified labor market due to the immigration of capital and labor power, and finally, the more the worker in large-scale industry was forced to move from place to place by the play of the economy, was brought closer to his colleagues all over the country through the development of the means of transport and the press, and learned to understand that his progress was conditioned by the progress of his colleagues throughout the economic zone, the less the local organizations could suffice for him. Initially, loose federations of local professional organizations emerged, associations of local organizations that did not yet have any central representation or administrative body, but each year had their common affairs administered by another local organization, the governing branch. Only gradually did these federations form themselves into large imperial associations with a unitary constitution, unitary policies, and common finances into which the once independent local organizations were incorporated as mere local branches with relatively limited powers. 6. In Austria, 2. The trade union organization developed from the local and provincial organization into the imperial association, an association of local and provincial organizations, and then into the unified imperial association. The progressive centralization of the trade union movement, which assembled the workers of all nations in unified imperial organizations, necessarily ultimately confronted the unions with the question of nationalities. After all, it was the same capitalist development that forced the centralist form of organization on the trade unions that also awakened national consciousness. 431. And national sentiment among the workers. This connection revealed itself very clearly at the Second Trade Union Congress in 1896. The Congress found itself simultaneously confronted with the question of the creation of unified centralist imperial organizations and the question of a split along national lines at the highest levels of the leadership of the trade union organization. In 1897, the Czechoslovak Trade Union Commission was founded in Prague, which was not, however, able to prevent the victory of the unified imperial organizations over the local and provincial organizations and their loose associations. Capitalist development thus, on the one hand, gave rise to the international merging of the trade unions of individual crafts and individual professional groups but, on the other, led to a split along national lines at the highest levels of leadership in the trade union movement. The constitution of the trade union movement as a whole thus came into conflict with the constitution of the individual professional associations. Initially it seemed as if the movement as a whole would adapt its constitution to the organizational principle of the great central professional organizations. In 1904, the incorporation of the Prague Trade Union Commission into the international movement as a whole, represented in the Trade Union Commission of Austria, seemed imminent. With the Czech Party Conference, which took place at Christmas in 1904 in Bryan, a reverse movement began. A section of the Czech trade unionists has since then demanded that national autonomy also be realized within the trade union movement as a matter of principle. A specific, autonomous trade union commission, they argue, should exist for the workers of each nation, and the Imperial Trade Union Commission should be composed of the delegates of the national trade union commissions. The constitution of the individual professional organizations should also be adapted to that of the movement as a whole. For this reason, national trade union organizations and associations should be founded. Where the international imperial organizations remain, the workers of each nationality, regardless of their domicile, should be granted full autonomy within the international organization. They should independently administer the professional journal written in their language, elect their editors, secretaries, and paid negotiators, and make decisions concerning strikes confined to colleagues of their nationality. 7. This program was rejected with 197,202 to 2,364 votes at the Extraordinary Trade Union Congress in Vienna in December 1905, with the representatives of 30,686 trade union members abstaining. A section of the Czech trade unionists did not comply with this decision. The dispute over the form of the organization was carried into every individual professional association. A section of the Czech workers withdrew from certain international imperial organizations and founded Czech counter-organizations. As a justification for their agitation against the international trade union movement, the Czech trade unionists cite the fact that certain imperial associations do not take into account the language needs of the Czech workers, that they, for example, even for local branches in the Czech language area. 432. Submit German statutes to the offices of the associations and send them German membership forms. And emotions are stirred even more by the question, in itself trivial, of the representation of the Czech workers at international conferences of the trade union provincial secretaries. If the Czech comrades set such great store by this question of representation, it would almost seem that they are dominated by the opinions and ideas of the national petty bourgeoisie, which, as it does not have any serious objective in the national struggle, expresses its delusions of grandeur in vain representation and its annoyance and embitterment in empty demonstrations. However, it would be unjust to aim to explain the aspirations of the Czech comrades to national autonomy within the trade union movement in terms of a petty bourgeois nationalist mentality. We must seek to avoid the mistake of confusing the immediate grounds for and forms of Czech agitation with the causes at work within it. If we investigate these causes, we encounter in the first instance the fact that within the multilingual region each material and geographical conflict can assume the form of a national conflict. If, for example, the metal workers in the Czech region of Bohemia want to reduce trade union contributions, whereas their colleagues from the other industrial regions regard higher contributions as expedient, or if the miners of the Ostra demand that the union have its headquarters in their region, whereas in the other mines the leadership wants to leave the leadership of their trade unions in German Bohemia, these are local conflicts that have nothing to do with the power struggles of the nations and that are also unavoidable within a nationally uniform trade union. However, in Austria, where public life is filled with the din of national struggles, every dispute in which parties of different nationalities confront one another is regarded as a national dispute and is nourished by the entire ideology of the national power struggles. Thus, it is also the case in the trade union movement that many a conflict of interest, many a difference of opinion, conceals itself behind a national mask. Yet such antagonisms can never justify the splitting of the trade unions into national groups. If the comrades in a Czech industrial region are refused their own office, they have just as little right to shatter the imperial organization as, for example, the comrades in the province land of Saxony or the Kingdom of Bavaria have to resign from their professional organizations because the majority does not permit them to engage a paid secretary. If the Czech comrades are outvoted in regard to the level of membership contributions, they have just as little right to leave the Imperial Association as, for example, the comrades in East Prussia or in Rhineland-Westphalia have to splinter the German trade union organization for the same reason. No trade union struggle, No democratic organization is possible without the discipline of the minority. The minority is not relieved of this duty even if it is composed of comrades of a nationality different from that of the majority. Geographical and material antagonisms. 433. Can thus not justify the splitting of the trade unions along national lines, however, they can explain it. Trade unionists who have battled their way through a conflict of interest or a struggle between conflicting opinions within their professional association in which opponents of different nationalities have tried their strength and which has therefore been experienced and judged as a national dispute are, as a result, susceptible, even within the trade union, to national argumentation. National arguments inevitably confronted the trade union movement as soon as the Imperial Association incorporated workers of different nationalities. We know that the most highly developed industrial regions of Austria are located for the most part in the areas of settlement of the German nation. Consequently, the German workers were the first to join the trade unions, and they were the first to assume the leadership of most of the trade union organizations. If Czech workers now join the organization in large numbers, they encounter representatives of German nationality. Is it not inevitable that for the Czech worker who is exploited in the workshop by a German capitalist, who is overseen by German employees, over whom the class state exercises its rule through the agency of German officials, judges, and officers, the German leadership of the trade union will appear to be part of the German foreign domination he detests? It can be objected that the trade unions are autonomous democratic organizations in which every member participates equally in the formation of the collective will of the association, in which there is no domination and thus no foreign domination. Yet we cannot forget that democracy is based not only on a constitution, but also on a cast of mind. The experienced trade unionist who is familiar with the means of establishing his will in his organization does not perceive any domination. But the as yet inexperienced masses, which are being won over to the trade union movement every year, see in the Imperial Association an organized form of domination, which they join because it promises them economic advantages, but the mechanism of which they do not understand and the collective will of which they perceive as a foreign power. If it is the case that they perceive the representatives of the organization as their rulers, it is also necessarily the case that the foreign nationality of the leader appears to them as the embodiment of rule by another nation. It is no accident that the national dispute within the Austrian trade unions has penetrated these organizations precisely during the years of their most rapid growth, in the years in which thousands of workers still inexperienced in trade union matters have joined professional associations. If we do not wish to be unjust, we must admit that national aspirations to differentiation do not derive from the malice or the folly of those comrades who have made themselves the spokesmen of these newer members, but express the opinions and ideas of a section of the Czech proletariat, namely the thousands of workers still inexperienced in trade union matters who have been 434. Won over to the trade unions only in recent years and those who remain to be won over to them. 8. The aspiration to national autonomy within the trade unions is, however, further reinforced by another series of causes. The structure of the trade unions also influences their relationship to the political party. In cases where the bulk of the workers are social democrats as well as trade unionists, there exists a close relationship between party and trade union. Both party and trade union of course establish a particular body of representatives and officials. However, it is only in the case of imperfect democracy, only where the representatives dominate their organization, that a conflict between party and trade union is possible, where the will of the representatives is nothing other than the expression of the will of those who provide them with a mandate, the proletarian masses. There can be no conflict between party and trade union. It is, after all, the same working masses that organize themselves as a party in order to combat the class state, and then subdivide into professional associations in order to confront their employers. Until now, the unity of the party and the trade unions has been realized more completely in Austria than in any other country. Over recent years, however, we have been seeing opposing developmental tendencies in the party and the trade union. The party is subdividing into autonomous national groups, which are differentiating themselves from each other ever more sharply and are increasingly becoming independent parties. However, at the same time, within the trade union movement, the local and provincial associations are merging into the great international imperial associations. National differentiation in the party, international unity in the trade union. Until now in Austria, where the political organizations embrace only a small core unit of the proletariat, whereas the great mass of the comrades is organized only in trade unions, the trade unions have been the great powerful body of the party. The trade unions have been the material, the party the form, but not the form in the sense of Hegel's form devoid of essence, but in the Kantian sense of form as the law of content. As a consequence of the opposing paths of development of the political organization and the trade union organization, this arrangement is becoming impossible. The Czech Social Democratic movement is increasingly becoming an independent party, but since the Czech comrades do not have specific trade union organizations and are instead incorporated into the great international imperial associations, the Czech Social Democratic movement as an independent party does not have a mass organization. It is spirit without substance, form without matter. Thus, as a consequence of the progressive dissolution of the Austrian Social Democratic movement into independent national parties, the tendency is inevitably emerging to implement national autonomy within the trade unions as well. The bearers of this movement are no longer merely the inexperienced working masses, to whom the imperial as 435 associations led by German representatives appear as the tools of domination by a foreign nation, but precisely the core units of the Czech working class, comrades whose whole being is dominated by the thoughts and aspirations of the political workers' movement. It is of course correct that the subdivision of the trade union movement necessarily obeys rules different from those governing the organization of the party. When the organizational statute divides the party into national groups, it thus constitutes the closed communities within the party as the elements of its organization. The trade unions, on the other hand, have their own law of subdivision. They are divided according to professions, crafts, and industrial groups. Within the party, as we have seen, Germans, Czechs, and Poles naturally cut themselves off from one another, and the organizational statute must adapt itself to this fact. In the trade unions, on the other hand, the tailors must be separated from the shoemakers, the metal workers from the woodworkers. The fact that we have implemented national autonomy within the party still does not prove that we can or should implement it in the trade union movement. It is nevertheless undeniable that where the relationship between party and trade union is as close as it is in Austria, the constitution of the party necessarily exerts an influence on the constitution of the trade unions. Today, the Austrian workers' movement appears to be driving toward a contradictory situation. The mass of the workers organized in trade unions are to constitute the body of the party. The trade unionists are organized in imperial organizations without any national distinctions. The party, on the other hand, is gradually dissolving into a number of independent national parties. How can a unified international trade union organization simultaneously be the foundation for 6 independent national workers' parties that struggle often together, often side by side, sometimes even against one another? Can 6 souls live in one body? Can 6 forms constitute the law of one content? If the party remains as it was, as it still is a unified party, albeit one divided into national groups, there will be no contradiction between the party constitution and the trade union constitution. However, if disintegrates into 6 independent parties, I see only 2 avenues remaining open to the Austrian workers' movement. Either the trade union organization adapts itself to the requirements of the political workers' movement, the unitary professional associations disintegrate into independent national organizations, and the national trade union movement forms the body of the National Workers' Party within each nation, or the trade unions retain their international organization, but thereby break off their close relationship to the political workers' movement, and the unitary international trade union organization is situated outside the 6 social democratic parties. Which of these paths will the workers of Austria take? This question should first be examined from the point of view of the trade unions. The 436. Point of departure for our investigation is the solidarity of the economic interests of the workers of all nations. The German workers cannot win higher wages if Czech strike breakers stab them in the back. They cannot maintain the level of wages they have secured if the lower wages of the Czech workers compel capital to flow into the Czech language area. Insofar as the capitalists in one branch of production compete with one another, that is, within a unified economic zone, the progress of the workers of each nation is tied to the progress of the workers of all nations. The workers already recognized this when they were still organized in local professional associations. For this reason, these local associations supported one another with voluntary contributions in cases of strikes. However, this unregulated system of support proved to be inadequate. A common war chest proved to be indispensable. Thus emerged the great imperial associations, which, insofar as state legislation makes this possible, embrace the whole economic zone, have unified finances, and support the comrades engaged in the struggle over wages from the common funds of the workers engaged in the same occupation throughout the economic zone. But the trade unions not only transform the function of the unemployed into its opposite through the agency of the strike, they also transform the economic function of the unemployed by providing the unemployed with financial support. However, it is only large central associations with unified finances that can build up unemployment benefits. The smaller the sphere in which a trade union exerts its effect, the more sensitive it is to local crises, to sudden shifts in production, to the closure of individual enterprises. A trade union that can exert an effect only within a small territory or a relatively small group of people will already be rendered incapable of supporting its unemployed members by minor events of merely local significance. The same applies to other forms of support. Trade unions that provide financial support in cases of displacement, illness, death, emergency, and so on must, for the same reason as insurance companies have to, strive to incorporate as broad a sphere as possible. The first law of the trade union organization is thus the centralization of its finances. The contributions of the members throughout the whole economic zone must flow into one fund that provides benefits for strikers, unemployment benefits, and the other forms of support. The attempt has repeatedly been made to centralize finances without nevertheless entrusting a central executive with the direction of trade union policy, but instead allowing the individual local groups to remain autonomous within the trade union, that is, allowing them the right to an independent trade union policy. These attempts have always come to nothing. Webb's judgment, based on many experiences, is very instructive here. It follows necessarily from the merging of branch monies into a fund common to the whole society, and from the replenishment of this fund by levies upon all the members alike, that no local 437 branch can safely be permitted to involve the whole organization in war. Centralization of finance implies, in a militant organization, centralization of administration. Those trade unions which have most completely recognized this fact have proved most efficient, and therefore most stable. Where funds have been centralized, the power nevertheless left, through the inadvertence or lack of skill of the framers of the rules, to local authorities. The result has been weakness, divided councils, and financial disaster. 9. The indispensable centralization of finances inevitably requires a unified administration and a unified trade union policy. This realization has also not been easy for the English workers. The English workers demanded the extension of autonomous local administration within the state. The error of realizing in the trade union that which one aspired to in the state suggested itself too readily to be completely avoided. However, the English workers have finally learned through bitter necessity, through the misplacement of some of their hopes, to understand that the constitution of the trade union conforms to laws different from those governing the constitution of the state. It is no different for the Austrian workers today. They demand national autonomy within the state, but they will have to avoid the error of forcing upon the organized struggle of the proletariat a constitution befitting the enforced organization of the state. We have thus initially defined a sphere of trade union activity from which national autonomy must remain excluded. This is constituted by the international economic tasks of the trade unions. We require international imperial associations with unified finances, a unified administrative body, and a unified trade union policy. However, this still does not represent the limits of trade unions' activity. They must also strive to educate their members. They fulfill this task through lectures, lecture series, and courses whose aim is to enable their members to acquire a piece of their national culture. Here we find tasks of the trade unions differentiated on a national basis. There is thus a place here for national autonomy within the trade unions. If German and Czech workers labor together in one place, it is certainly the case that the trade unionists of each nationality will be able to provide for their own courses and lectures independently. However, for this purpose, one requires not only specific national local branches, but even national educational sections within the unitary local branches. Thus far there are no difficulties, for international economic tasks, unitary international trade unions, and for national educational tasks, national autonomy within the trade union. The difficulty begins only in cases where means differentiated on the basis of nationality have to be employed for the international economic tasks of the trade unions. The trade union must address the workers of each nationality in their own language, in both spoken and written form. It requires a particular journal, particular speakers, and organizers. Here the question arises as to whether the Czech journal should be 438. The organ of the entire organization or express only the will of the Czech comrades. Should it be the entire organization or only the Czech trade unionists that provide the representatives active in the Czech language area with their tasks? The necessity of a unified administrative body, of a unified trade union policy, implicitly opposes national autonomy within the trade union. How sad it would be if the Austrian workers had to experience for themselves what many English professional associations have gone through. 10. The necessity of unitary finances and unitary trade union policies implicitly excludes autonomy within the trade union administrative apparatus. The editors, officials, and paid representatives of the International Trade Union must be and remain its organs, must be appointed by it and be responsible to it. However, on the other hand, it cannot be denied that an official who is appointed and paid by an international trade union and who works within the Czech language area of Bohemia relies on the closest collaboration with the Czech trade unionists and can be effectively controlled only by them. It is thus in the interest of the trade unions themselves that the trade union officials be appointed, paid, and dismissed from office only by the entire trade union, but that they be supervised and controlled by the national group in whose midst they work. Not all imperial associations will be able to realize this principle to the same degree. The means of its realization are dependent on the number of members and the financial strength of the trade union and its influence on the different language areas. A large trade union will implement this principle the most easily by defining as much as possible in national terms the regions and districts of union agitation into which it divides its sphere of activity. If the trade union is in the fortunate position of being able to appoint officials or paid representatives for all or certain districts of union agitation, these officials will be appointed by the Imperial Association and receive their directives from it. The Agitation Commission of the district, which is elected by the local branch, will not have the right to remove the official from office, but it will be able to present him with tasks and monitor him. If the official cannot implement the directives of this Commission of Control because they contradict the directives issued by the Imperial Association, or the official enjoys the trust of the administrative body of the Imperial Association but not that of the Agitation Commission of his district, it will be only the Congress of the Trade Union, the Parliament of the Imperial Association, that has the authority to arbitrate this dispute. By the same token, the editor of every trade union journal will be appointed by the organization as a whole and receive his instructions from it. At the same time, however, for every trade union journal a press commission will be appointed that is elected only by the comrades of the nationality for which the journal is destined. If the press commission is not satisfied with the journal because the editor, bound by the instructions of the central administrative body, is unable to conform to its wishes, the commission will present its 439 complaints to the Parliament of the organization as a whole. In this way, the unity of trade union administration and trade union policy will be ensured. At the same time, however, the influence of each national group on the activity of the trade union in its area will be ensured. It is certain that no trade union official will be able to assert his will continually if the national group to which he answers is not satisfied with him. Such an organization will also not be able to function without frictions, but these frictions will be caused by no means by the particular nature of the national conflicts, but by the common conflict between the general interest and interest of the group. 11. Nothing could be further from our intentions than to suggest to each trade union the adoption of such constitutional principles. Our project does not include drawing up a blueprint for trade union statutes. Our aim here has been to derive from the trade union struggle itself the method that each trade union must employ in order to take equally into account the fact of national diversity and the necessity of a unified trade union struggle. We have thus arrived at the following demands: unified administration of international economic trade union tasks. National autonomy in the sphere of the cultural educational tasks of the trade union. Unified internal administration, but specific national control in those spheres of trade union activity in which the trade union must make use of nationally differentiated means to accomplish its international economic tasks. If we have provided a sketch of a trade union constitution that satisfies these demands, this is intended only as an example in order to give concrete form to the general principles. It goes without saying that each individual trade union must modify these general principles in accordance with its particular working conditions. These principles are to be implemented not only in the organization of the individual professional associations, but also in the structuring of the trade union organization as a whole. The organs of the trade union movement as a whole are the Trade Union Commission and the Trade Union Congress. They provide for the unitary development of the trade union organization, arbitrate the boundary disputes between the individual trade associations, ensure that the individual trade unions assist each other in important struggles, support young, still helpless organizations in both word and deed, and, in short, represent the interests of the whole trade union movement against the state and the employer associations. The concern here is exclusively with international economic tasks. The implementation of national autonomy is here not only unnecessary, it is impossible. If we have recognized that in every trade, in every industrial group, an international trade union with centralized finances, a unified administrative body, and a unified policy is required, we cannot place such a trade association under the direction of two autonomous trade union commissions, cannot subject it to the decisions of two autonomous trade union congresses. 440. National autonomy at the highest levels of the leadership of the trade union movement as a whole and international unification in organizations of the individual professions constitute an intolerable contradiction. The Austrian trade union movement can receive its laws from only one trade union congress, can be led by only one trade union commission. However, wherever the unified administrative body makes use of nationally differentiated means, a nationally differentiated form of control will certainly also be expedient. Only the Czech trade unionists will be able to read the Czech publications of the Imperial Trade Union Commission, and thus they alone will be in a position to monitor these publications. The editor of the Czech organ of the Trade Union Commission will have to be appointed either by this commission or by the General Trade Union Congress, because this publication will otherwise be no longer the organ of the movement as a whole, but only that of a national group within the movement as a whole. But it would certainly be expedient if the Czech delegates of the Trade Union Congress had the right to elect a specifically Czech press commission to whose control the Czech organ of the entire movement would be subjected. If the Czech editor, who is bound by the instructions of the General Trade Union Congress and the Imperial Trade Union Commission, was not able to fulfill the wishes of the Czech Press Commission, the disputing parties would present the wishes and complaints to the Trade Union Congress for arbitration. The Imperial Trade Union Commission will divide its field of action into a number of zones of agitation that will be nationally defined where possible. The organs of these zones of agitation will be the provincial trade union secretaries appointed and paid by the Imperial Trade Union Commission and the Provincial Trade Union Commission elected by the local trade union branches of the province. The international economic functions will thus be discharged by an organ of the Imperial Commission according to its instructions. Here the role of the Provincial Trade Union Commission will be confined to the control of the Trade Union Secretary. On the other hand, in the field of purely local issues which does not include the coordination of wage struggles, the Provincial Trade Union Commission will be autonomous. Thus, the Provincial Trade Union Commission of Czech Bohemia would not be able to autonomously decide on wage struggles and would be confined to monitoring the activity of the Trade Union Secretary and reporting its observations to the General Trade Union Congress and the Imperial Commission. On the other hand, it would autonomously regulate agitation activity, the choice of speakers, and the trade union education system. In multilingual zones of agitation, such tasks could also be allocated to the national sections of the Provincial Trade Union Commission. Finally, in each district all the trade unions will constitute a single unit. They will be represented in the plenary assembly and, in larger districts, will perhaps constitute themselves as a trade union cartel. The resolutions of 441. The plenary assembly concerning international economic issues will be binding on all trade unionists in the districts irrespective of national differences. On the other hand, decisions on nationally differentiated affairs, for example, lectures, workers' schools, and so forth, will be made by national sections in which the national local branches as well as the national educational sections of the multilingual local branches are represented. This sketch of a constitution for the trade union organization as a whole does not aim to present the trade unions with specific suggestions. We do not feel this is our mission. It aims only to provide a concrete example of how a unitary trade union organization can unify the principles of internationally unitary administration, national control, and national autonomy. These principles, as we believe we have shown, have their roots in the conditions of the trade union movement itself. The trade unions cannot realize complete national autonomy. Even within the state, we do not seek to win for the nation's complete self-administration in all spheres of state activity. No social democrat demands, for example, that the area of settlement of each nation within Austria form an independent customs territory, that each nation decide independently on issues of civil and procedural law. What we do demand is that each nation freely administer its educational and school system within the state and independently attend to the development of its national culture. And within this sphere our aim is to grant the nations full autonomy, even within the trade unions. The trade unionists of each nationality can independently administer their own lecture series, libraries, and educational systems. In regard to these matters, national local branches and national educational sections of mixed local branches, national district organizations within the imperial associations, national sections of the plenary assemblies, trade union cartels, and provincial trade union commissions can be completely autonomous. The sphere of trade union activity in which national autonomy can be implemented is, to be sure, only a small one. However, this is due to the fact that the trade unions perform economic tasks and can directly devote only a small part of their resources to educational activities. For this reason, the indirect socio-pedagogical effects of the trade union struggle are all the more important. By winning higher wages and shorter working hours for the workers, by overcoming despotism in the workshop and strengthening the self-consciousness of the workers, the trade unions render the workers capable for the first time of securing a share in the national culture. Wherever we demand national autonomy, it represents for us a means of the proletarian class struggle. Whoever makes it an end in itself, whoever seeks, for the sake of the formal principle of national autonomy, to impose an organizational form on the trade unions that does not correspond to their conditions of struggle, is hindering the social progress of the working class and the process through which the entire people first becomes a national community of culture and is. 442. Thus pursuing an anti-national policy. In aiming to elaborate a constitution of the trade unions that is adapted to the needs of the trade union struggle as completely as possible, we are opposing the national politics of forms and formulas with the politics of national evolution. If decisions are made on the national trade union question from the standpoint of the interest of the trade union struggle, which coincides with the real national interests of the workers of all peoples, the direction of development will be not toward a national splintering of the professional associations, but toward ever stricter centralization. The trade unions can grant the workers of each nation independent administration of their educational courses and libraries. They can concede to the workers of each nation a special right of control over the trade union publications appearing in their language and the verbal agitation conducted in their language, but they must insist that the economic struggles of the workers be uniformly led by a single authority and that the organs of the whole be allowed to have the collective funds for struggle at their disposal. However, it is people who will decide on the problems of our trade union organization. The trade unionist is not simply an embodiment of trade union interests, he too is a human being in all his contradictions, filled with the cultural, national, and political moods and desires of his environment. We have seen that the struggle of the Czech comrades for national autonomy in the trade unions springs from real forces that are rooted in the social and political life of the Czech working class and the power of which may not be underestimated. Will these forces be strong enough to hinder the construction of a unified Austrian trade union organization? We have seen one of these forces at work in the fact that to the still inexperienced Czech worker, the German leadership of his professional organization takes on the appearance of domination by a foreign nation. However, today capitalism is extending its sphere of domination over large parts of the Czech language area. On the one hand, a Czech bourgeoisie and bureaucracy is thereby emerging with the result that capitalist exploitation and political oppression no longer appear to the Czech worker in the form of domination by a foreign nation, and he is therefore less sensitive to foreign leadership in his trade union. On the other hand, however, masses of Czech workers are joining the trade unions with the result that they are gradually learning to understand the mechanism of the trade union administrative apparatus, to intervene in it, and therefore see in the trade union no longer an organized form of domination, but a cooperative, in the administration of which they have an equal share. Capitalist development and, in its wake, the growing education of the masses by the trade union will thus destroy the illusion of domination by a foreign nation in the trade unions. The Austrian trade union organization is thus not threatened by any lasting danger from this side. However, the better we understand how to satisfy 443. The language needs of the Czech workers, the more easily we will overcome the danger of the moment. Far graver for our trade unions is the danger produced by the development of the political organization. Even the most expedient adaptation of the forms of trade union organization to the needs of a multilingual region cannot avert this danger. International organizations under a centralist leadership cannot constitute the foundation of 6 independent political parties. If the German and Czech Social Democrats form a single party, they will also be able to appoint in the trade union the most appropriate individual to the most important position. Czech trade unionists will be able to entrust a German, Germans trade unionists a Czech, with the leadership of their organization. But if the Austrian social democratic movement disintegrates into a series of independent national workers' parties that adopt different positions on the national issues of the day, the national struggle within the working population will inevitably be carried over into the trade union, the local branch and each workshop, and national disputes will erupt with every election, every statutory discussion, and every establishment of a local branch. Will the assembling of all the forces of the Austrian working population in a strictly centralized trade union organization under a unified leadership be possible under such circumstances? To be sure, there still remains a way out, the complete separation of the trade unions from the political workers' movement. However, in Austria it is not only the weighty arguments brought against the neutralization of the trade unions in other states that speak against such a policy, but also other considerations. In Austria there is constantly the danger of every material and geographical conflicts assuming the form of a national struggle and thereby becoming irreconcilable. The trade unionists can overcome this danger only if they are filled with the social democratic spirit, are led by social democrats who discover the material social antagonism behind their national shell, who resolve the national questions within the working population, who want to realize the constitution of the proletariat as a class. This important service can, however, be provided for the trade unions only by a unified social democratic party that knows how to hold the masses back from participating in the power struggles of the national bourgeoisie, how to detach them from the ideology of the national power struggles. Workers fired by nationalism and the petty bourgeois national ideology are incapable of peaceful and effective collaboration within the trade union organization. Our investigation thus inevitably leads to a clear series of conclusions: only the uniting of all the forces of the Austrian working class, without distinction according to nationality, in imperial organizations under a unified leadership, is adequate to the requirements of the trade union struggle. Whoever hinders the formation and consolidation of such organizations impedes the trade union struggle. But the international trade union organizations will 444 be able to develop undisturbed, will be able to overcome the national difficulties that confront them only if the workers of all the nations in Austria also have political representation in a single party. However, the question of whether the Austrian social democratic movement will remain a unified party is in turn dependent on its position regarding the national issues of the day, on its tactics at the national level. The tactics of the political party will also decide the future of the trade union organization. Should we decide on tactics that destroy the unity of the party and subject the workers to the influence of the moods and ideas characteristic of the national power struggles, we will not be in a position to prevent the splitting of the trade unions. The workers of Austria will pay for such a decision with a loss of wages amounting to millions of crowns and with thousands of hours of surplus labor. The politics of national forms and formulas will hinder the struggle of the members of the working class for greater participation in the culture of their nation and retard the integration of the working class into the national community of culture and the development of the entire people into a nation. The tactics of social democracy. The social democratic movement has a dual task. In the first place, it must awaken the forces slumbering within the proletariat and transform its potential energy into kinetic energy. It will accomplish this task by awakening the proletariat to class consciousness, by fashioning the dull resentment of the working masses and the revolutionary instinct of the exploited people into a clear recognition of class antagonisms, and by educating the masses to engage in purposeful class struggle. In this manner, the confused mass of the proletariat will become a collective body with a unified collective will, it will become a force. The socio-pedagogical activity of the social democratic movement lays the foundations for the power of the proletariat. The second task of the social democratic movement consists in deploying the force that is produced from the raw material of the class instinct through the movement's socio-pedagogical activity in the struggle of the social forces in order to transform state and society in the interest of the proletariat and ultimately in order to win political power for the working class, and thereby to initiate the process of radical change to the social system. This is the political task of social democracy. During the first stage of capitalist development, the socio-pedagogical and political activities of social democracy coincide. The working class constitutes only a small part of the population, and the social democratic movement a small part of the working class. The Workers' Party knows no other task here than the critique of the class state and class society. Social democracy thereby cultivates in the proletarian masses revolutionary convictions, a purposeful revolutionary desire. It is also through this socio-pedagogical activity 445 that it fulfills its political task. The fear of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat compels those in power to make initial concessions to the working class. During the second stage of capitalist development, the working class does not yet constitute the majority, but already is the most numerous class of the population. The social democratic movement has already become dangerous for the bourgeois parties. The bourgeois parties must solicit the votes of the workers and, in order to avoid losing workers' votes to the social democrats, must therefore defend certain demands of the working class. The bourgeois parties do not form a unified mass, but are divided by the class interests they represent and the class ideologies they express. Social democracy is not yet strong enough to win concessions for the proletariat on its own, however, its power is already so great that it can prevent the bourgeois parties, which at this moment are at their most hostile to the proletariat, from taking power, and it can help those bourgeois parties to victory that are prepared to fulfill the concrete proletarian demands of the day: a political reform, a law for the protection of workers and the like. The social democratic movement thus supports these bourgeois parties in the parliamentary ballot, it forms a coalition, a faction with them, it ultimately decides to form a governmental majority together with these parties and to send its representatives to government. The tactics of political revisionism thus emerged during the second stage of capitalist development from the endeavor to use the power already won by the proletariat as effectively, as successfully, as possible. However, the working class cannot support this policy. The working class does not oppose any particular party but the class state, capitalist society in general. The fact of exploitation arouses its indignation, regardless of whether the state may have improved the lot of this or that group of workers by enacting a law. In the barracks, in every office, in every court, the worker learns to comprehend the bourgeois state as a class state, regardless of whether a democratic government has somewhat moderated administrative practices in regard to the workers. A strike during which infuriated young people desecrate that most sacred of things, property, brings the conflict out into the light of day. The capitalist class state cannot do without the protection of capitalist property. The working class cannot understand the fact that broken window panes must be atoned for with human lives. If the social democratic movement no longer opposes all the parties of the propertied classes but constitutes a party like any other, one moment joining forces with this and the next moment with that political group, perhaps even forming a part of the governmental majority and participating in government itself, the working masses treat it as essentially identical in character to the bourgeois parties. It appears itself to be an institution of the capitalist state, it shares responsibility for all the injustices that an official or an officer of the class state perpetrates against a worker, for all the wrongs that the laws of the class state inflict on. 446. The working class, for all the misery and exploitation endured by the working people in capitalist society. The development of the revolutionary instinct of the proletariat into a clear class consciousness falters. For the bourgeois parties, the competition for the votes of the workers is made easier, since, in alliance with the Social Democrats, they have conceded this or that reform to the working class. Large sections of the population turn away in disgust from political activity, which no longer appears to them to be the great struggle for the heritage of their class, but petty haggling over small partial successes for certain interest groups, and sink into complete political indifference. But the best and most energetic among the population fall into the arms of anarchism and anti-parliamentary syndicalism due to the fact that the social democratic movement does not express their revolutionary cast of mind, does not embody their revolutionary will. Thus, in the endeavor to utilize the power of social democracy to as great an extent as possible, political revisionism blocks the sources from which this power issues by hindering the constitution of the proletariat as a class. And just as political revisionism emerges from the conditions of the political task of social democracy, the task of utilizing power, so too does the tendency to adopt intransigent tactics emerge from the conditions of the socio-pedagogical task, the task of constituting power. Neither of these tendencies can die at this stage of capitalist development. Revisionism repeatedly emerges in a different form and is repeatedly defeated by intransigence. In the struggle between the two tendencies, in the fluctuating tactics of the party, the conflict is expressed between the conditions of the utilization of power and the conditions of the constitution of power of a proletarian party in a capitalist state, a conflict that is ultimately rooted in the fact that the working class must live in a capitalist class state and nevertheless finds it intolerable. These difficulties are overcome only during the third stage of capitalist development. Here the proletariat already forms the overwhelming majority of the population. The conquest of political power by the proletariat already appears to the propertied classes to be an imminent danger. The bourgeois parties ally themselves closely with each other against the social democratic movement. That which once divided them seems now to be of little consequence in the face of the danger threatening their profits, their incomes, and the gains acquired through their monopolies. Thus, at the highest stage of capitalist development, as at its beginnings, social democracy is again locked in struggle with all the propertied classes, with the entire apparatus of organized state power. Here, political and socio-pedagogical activities once again coincide. This stage of the class struggle ends with the conquest of political power by the working class. 12. In order to comprehend the tactical problems of the Austrian social democratic movement, we must proceed from the fact that Austria too has already 447 reached the second stage of capitalist development. All the bourgeois parties must already solicit the votes of proletarian voters. They must thus also resolve to represent certain demands of the working class. Today the Social Democrats already constitute a considerable force in the parliament. As soon as they are strong enough to use their vote to provide one of the several competing groups of the bourgeois parties with a majority, they too will face the difficult problems that have for years so animated the French and Italian social democratic movements. But even before the new conditions of the proletarian struggle could change the relationship of the working masses to the state, they had already altered the relationship of social democracy to the power struggles of the nations. The initial form assumed by political revisionism in Austria is that of national revisionism. Although national revisionism is still not embodied in a group within the party, it is already exerting an effect as one of the orientations of will that wrestle with one another in the consciousness of the individual representatives of the Austrian proletariat. During the first stage of its development, had no part in the power struggles of the nations. However, the more the power of the Workers' Party grows, the more it becomes a representative of all the interests of the workers and thus also of their national interests, the stronger its representation becomes in parliamentary bodies, the more responsibility it therefore also bears for the grouping of parties and distribution of power within these bodies, the more it is dragged into the national power struggles. Once this is the case, the social democrats of each nation who are engaged in the struggle for the national interests of the working class they represent view the bourgeois parties of their own nation as their allies and all the parties of the other nations as their opponents. The social democrats of one nation initially vote in elections against the comrades of other nationalities who do not believe they can satisfy their national demands. They later vote with the bourgeois parties of their own nation against the bourgeoisie and workers of their national opponent. Finally, they ally themselves with the bourgeoisie of their own nation in order to share power in a parish or a province, in order to share in the domination of the national minority. In the political struggle, the population divides itself no longer into classes that subdivide into national groups, but into nations that are composed of class parties. Class antagonism divides the parties within the nation, but the community of class interest and class ideology no longer links the class comrades of all nations. Such a policy is nothing other than a specific case of revisionist politics in general. For if the essence of revisionist politics lies in the fact that social democracy no longer persists in its opposition to the bourgeois state and to all bourgeois parties, but allies itself with a section of the bourgeois parties to share in the domination of the bourgeois state, the policy of national revisionism can be understood as tending toward a state of affairs in which the 448 social democratic movement in each nation allies itself with the bourgeois parties of the same nationality in a common power struggle against the other nations and, if possible, in the shared domination of other nations. National revisionism initially appears within the social democratic movements of the formerly non-historical nations. Here it attaches itself to the naive nationalism that has dominated the mood of the young proletariats of these nations. It gains strength due to the fact that the nations that are still composed exclusively or predominantly of oppressed and exploited classes are deprived of important national rights. When the thousands of Czech workers who have to seek work in the German industrial region do not find any elementary schools there for their children, When towns in which the majority of the population are members of the Czech nation are dominated due to plutocratic parish voting rights by the German bourgeoisie, which refuses to provide secondary schools for the children of Czech workers, when the Czech worker cannot defend his rights in his own language in administrative departments and before the courts, it is self-evident that the Czech Workers' Party must fight for the satisfaction of the national needs of the Czech proletariat. In this way, it comes to participate in the national power struggles. The ideology of the national power struggle penetrates the working population. The social democratic movement soon takes an interest not only in the national demands of the proletariat, not only in the elementary and secondary schools, but also in high schools and universities, not only in the language of official communication between parties, but also in the internal language of administration. In the internal power struggle, the Czech bourgeois parties appear to be the natural allies, all parties of other nationalities the natural opponents of Czech social democracy. And since national questions are always the order of the day in Austria, since all political problems are evaluated in national terms, the whole Czech nation soon comes to appear as a unified political body that only occasionally splits into class factions. National revisionism also gradually penetrates the proletariat of the old historical nations. Here it attaches itself to the spontaneous hatred of the German worker for the foreigner who depresses wages and breaks strikes. This hatred is nourished by bourgeois elements, in particular by influential intellectuals who have developed from proponents of bourgeois democracy into proponents of proletarian democracy. But its most powerful driving force is the reaction against the revisionist politics of the social democracy of the non-historical nations. The awakening of the non-historical nations expresses itself in political life through the continual growth of the power of these peoples. Seen from the proletarian standpoint, this phenomenon is by no means regrettable. For the nations to whom the dominant classes do not belong remain without culture and power only as long as the laboring people are excluded from the culture of their epoch and are without rights in the state. The growth in the 449 power of the non-historical nations thus reflects the social and political rise of the lower classes. However, for those naive people who are influenced by the ideology of the national power struggles, who comprehend all phenomena merely in concrete rather than conceptual terms, whose criteria of evaluation are national, not social, this interrelation is incomprehensible. The growth in the power of other nations appears to them to be a loss of power for their own people. And now the German workers see that their Czech comrades are not outside the power struggles of the Czech nation, but consciously promote the realization of the power of the Czech people. Must this not incite the German workers to do the same? Must they not decide to join in the power struggles on the German side, to ally themselves with the German bourgeois parties in the defense of the national assets of the German people? Finally, in the case of all nations, revisionist aspirations are strengthened by the influence of bourgeois ideology. The ruling ideas in every epoch are after all the ideas of the ruling classes. And the proletariat cannot elude the power of the national ideology of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeois parties well know how to exploit this fact. They attempt to keep the section of the proletariat influenced by bourgeois nationalism at a distance from the class struggle by accusing social democracy of indifference to the destinies of the nation and of national treason. This accusation is the most dangerous means of struggle employed by the propertied classes in the political class struggle against the proletariat. Can we not wrest from the propertied classes their most important weapon if we decide to participate in the national power struggles? Do not the tactics of national revisionism in this way serve the most important task of social democracy, the detachment of the workers from all bourgeois parties and the constitution of the proletariat as a class? However, just as necessarily as national revisionism issues from the political power relations in Austria, so too do counter-tendencies opposing it also emerge. For the tactics of revisionism endanger the power of the proletariat. National revisionism in the first instance destroys the unity of the party. When both the German and Czech comrades participate in the power struggles of their respective nations, cooperating with their bourgeois adversaries of the same nationality against the national adversary, advancing on the field of battle independent of one another and often against one another, the German and Czech Social Democrats can no longer coexist in the context of one party. However, the splitting of the party into independent national parties represents a considerable loss of power for the working class. The good reputation of is based in no small measure on the fact that it has understood how to overcome the national difficulties on which all bourgeois parties have foundered. Its power is based not least on the unified deployment of the proletarians of all nations, on the fact that it is able to count on the opposition to the bourgeois parties of all nations by the workers of the same nationality. Let us not forget that we have triumphed over the 450 German enemies of universal suffrage in Vienna and Graz, in Brünn and Reichenberg, its Czech enemies in Prague, and its Italian enemies in Trieste. It is hardly conceivable that independent national parties could also combine with one another in a unified campaign. In Austria, every political, every economic and socio-political question also assumes national significance. Would a Czech social democratic movement that was completely dominated by the moods and ideas of the national power struggles of the bourgeoisie have been able to fulfill its duty in the struggle for electoral reform, which demanded a good many sacrifices from the Czech nation? But national revisionism destroys not only the unity of the party, but also, as we already know, the unity of the trade union movement and in all likelihood also that of the cooperative movement. When the national revisionists within the German social democratic movement in Austria deplore the destructive effects on the trade unions of the policies of the Czech comrades, they are confronting the inevitable consequences of their own policies. By imposing forms on the economic struggle of the proletariat that are inappropriate to its conditions of struggle, national revisionism diminishes the economic power of the working class and imposes heavy economic sacrifices on it. However, national revisionism not only impedes the effective utilization of the power of the proletariat that has already been won, it also hinders the process of extending power. The phenomena of national development do not have an independent life outside social and political development, they express the development of the state and the society in a particular form. If social democracy seeks to judge national phenomena from the standpoint of the national power struggles, it will often find itself at odds with its own social and political demands. Democracy is the rule of the majority. How are decisions to be made where the power of our nation is based on the privilege of the minority? The proletariat opposes all plutocracy. How are decisions to be made where the power of our nation is based on the privilege of the great landowners and the bourgeoisie? The working class condemns a legal system that, in the power of the human being over the soil, masks the domination of the landless by the landowners. How are we to judge the domination of foreign immigrants by the native population of our nation? The progress of the working class of each nation is conditioned by the development of the proletariat of the other nations. Should we promote the cultural development of the workers of other nations or oppose it as a loss of power for our own nation? The proletariat condemns the privileges of nations just as it does those of birth and of gender, of property and of descent. However, the ultimate goal of all national power struggles is the preservation or conquest of the power of our nation over the other peoples. Through the use of revisionist tactics, social democracy thus finds itself in a curious situation. It participates in the national power struggles, but it 451 can never do so to the same extent as the bourgeois parties, which are founded on economic exploitation and political oppression and are therefore able to defend national violation. If the social democratic movement allies itself with bourgeois parties to secure a political or a social reform, it always appears to be the most radical and energetic of the allied groups, as that group that drives the others forward. If, on the other hand, the social democratic movement of one nation allies itself with its bourgeois compatriots in the national power struggle, the Social Democrats appear to be the most moderate of the parties in the coalition. The bourgeois parties appear to be more radical than they, being able to outdo each of their demands. Social democracy seeks to assemble the revolutionary classes of our society under its banner, the class with radical chains. Does it correspond to its historical situation in regard to the important questions that almost constantly dominate, almost completely fill political life, to appear to be a party like any other, distinguished from the other parties merely by its moderation and good sense. But if our national policies differ from those of the bourgeoisie only in terms of the degree of their restraint, there will be no longer any qualitative difference between us and the national parties, but only a quantitative one. As a result, the extent to which we give our allegiance to the bourgeoisie in the national power struggle will always appear questionable in the concrete case, the point at which we and the bourgeois nationalists go our separate ways. National revisionism thus leads to vacillating, uncertain, apprehensive tactics, to a form of struggle that least befits a party of the masses that has set out to win for the exploited and the disinherited the treasures of the world. National revisionism thus appears pernicious for the party. It is necessarily opposed by the goal of deploying tactics that are international in principle, of realizing a form of struggle that keeps the proletarian masses at a distance from the national power struggles without thereby evading decisions regarding national questions, one that rather opposes the national power struggles of the bourgeoisie with the principles of the social democratic nationalities program and thereby gradually makes the demands of our program the secure property of the masses. If, for example, the demand of the Czech bourgeoisie for the use of Czech as the language of internal administration is at issue, the German and Czech Social Democrats will show that the response to this question is dependent on neither the external size nor the cultural development of the two nations, that the struggle over the language of internal administration does not at all concern the interests of the working class, but merely masks the rivalries within the intelligentsia, that the bureaucratic administrative apparatus, whatever language it employs, represents a form of foreign rule for the working class, and that it is only the replacement of bureaucratic administration by democratic self-administration that is capable of solving the national problems. 452. If it is the demand of the German bourgeoisie for the national definition of the administrative regions and the court districts in Bohemia that is the order of the day, the Czech Social Democrats will oppose the Czech bourgeoisie. They will confront the foolish accusation that the land is being dismembered with the far graver charge of national dismemberment, and they will show that a legal definition of the language region is a necessary precondition of national self-administration. However, the German Social Democrats will reproach the German bourgeoisie for refusing the minority in Styria and the Tyrol that which it demands itself in Bohemia. They will show that national delimitation is worthless if democratic self-administration is not implemented in the legally divided regions of settlement of the nations. They will demand that national delimitation become the basis of national self-administration, not the means of subjugation of the national minorities. If the rights of the national minorities are disputed, the German and Czech Social Democrats will object to the bourgeoisie of their nations that it has no right to complain about the lack of rights of its own minorities as long as it continues to deprive the foreign minorities on its soil of their rights. They will condemn the bourgeoisie that yammers about the diminution of its national population as a consequence of the loss of national minorities and yet at the same time looks on while the growth of the nation is hindered by the murderous effects of capitalist exploitation. They will also show that the repression of foreign immigrants arises from the domination by the landowners of the landless, whereas, by contrast, the proletariat of every nation is favored by the progress of the working class of the other nations. Finally, they will also prove that it is only by constituting the nations as autonomous corporations that the difficult question of the national minorities can be solved peacefully and to the benefit of all peoples. We will thus uncover the social roots of the national struggles by showing that the propertied classes disguise their class struggles and rivalries in the form of national power struggles. We will thus demonstrate the national content of the class struggle by proving that it is only the class struggle of the proletariat of all nations that is capable of gaining free self-administration, only socialism that is capable of realizing the national community of culture and implementing the principle of nationality. As a rule, we will be able to confirm the unity of the proletariat through a unanimous vote. But should it occur that the Czech comrades vote with the Czech bourgeoisie and the German comrades with the German bourgeoisie, this will no longer constitute a threat to the unity of the proletarian movement, given that the preceding discussion has clearly shown that the impossibility of a completely unified proletarian policy is merely a consequence of the intolerable character of the centralist atomist state constitution, and that which divides the proletarians of different nationalities is ridiculously small beside the enormous gulf separating the working class as a whole from the propertied classes of all nations. 453. Such a policy will increase the power of the proletariat. It will ensure the unity of the party, the undisturbed and unified consolidation of the trade unions and the cooperatives. It will compel the bourgeois parties to declare their position regarding our nationalities program and thereby prepare the way for the implementation of national autonomy. It will endow the masses with the idea that the growth and cultural development of the nations is far less dependent on national quarrels than it is on political, economic, and socio-political measures, and thereby promote many a democratic and socio-political reform that will constitute a severe impediment to the anti-worker economic policies of the cartel magnates, the landowners, and the guild members. Such a politics of principle will also favor the development of proletarian class consciousness, thus laying the foundations for the future growth of the power of the working class. For now we will no longer be a national party like the others. Our nationalities policy will appear qualitatively, not merely quantitatively, different from the bourgeois nationalities policy. This politics of principle will be assured of the approval of the laboring masses because it will correspond to the revolutionary cast of mind of the proletariat. For now we will be no longer the most moderate, but the most radical of all parties on the national field of battle. For it will be only we who can, only we who want to win for every nation the capacity to expand its community of culture, only we who want to incorporate the entire people into the national community of culture, only we who want to assure every nation of political unity and liberty. However, just as political revisionism is ineradicable in the second stage of capitalist development and has to be repeatedly conquered anew by intransigent revolutionary tactics, so too in Austria at this developmental stage national revisionism cannot die as long as national autonomy has not been realized. The conflict between national revisionism and the international tactics of principle arises from the fact that the working class is subjected to the centralist atomist state constitution and yet finds it intolerable. It is thus up to the representatives of the tactics of principle to be at every moment numerous and energetic enough to prevent national revisionist aspirations from destroying the proletarian movement. We cannot guarantee the unity by avoiding taking a position on national questions and masking the differences of opinion within our ranks. It is rather a case of clarifying opinions through painstaking discussion, acquainting the mass of the organized party comrades with the unresolved disputes, and calling on them to decide. Only in this manner will we be gradually able to achieve understanding among the social democrats of all nations. We must fill the gaps in our nationalities program by demanding that national minorities be constituted as corporations under public law. Second, we must oblige our parliamentary representatives and our party press to conform. 454. To the international tactics of principle. To ensure unity of action in this manner, we must also adapt our political organizations. We must see to the organic federation of the social democratic organizations of different nationalities in the individual districts, constituencies, and provinces. In every district, constituency, and province in which organizations of different nationalities are active, there must be a collective organization in which the national organizations are represented according to the number of organized comrades. The decisions of these collective organizations concerning the activity of the party in regard to public elections, demonstrations, and so on must be binding on all party comrades irrespective of nationality. In other respects, the autonomy of the national organizations must remain inviolable. Finally, the unified centralist development of the trade union movement and the international organization of the consumer associations must be guaranteed. If an understanding can be achieved on this basis, the work initiated by the party congresses of 1897 and 1899 will be completed and the Austrian proletariat will have been forged into a powerful collective body that is ruled by the collective will and yet does not hinder the growth of its individual members, but instead energetically promotes it. However, If such an understanding is not achieved, if national revisionism actually succeeds in tearing the party into a number of independent national workers' parties, this split will be only temporary. As soon as the pernicious effects of the national revisionist policy become visible, the counter-movement opposing revisionism within the individual social democratic parties will very rapidly increase in strength. The trade unionists will constitute the core of this counter-movement. They will very quickly see that the splitting of the party also entails the tearing apart of the trade unions. They will find allies in those who, filled with the revolutionary spirit of the proletariat, cannot tolerate the prospect of the revolutionary social democratic movements becoming a national party like any other, distinguished from the bourgeois parties by nothing other than the measure of its statesmanlike restraint. Among them will be those realists who see all too well that national revisionism is capable of winning national advantages for only small strata of the workers, while at the same time reducing the power of the proletariat as a whole and thereby hindering the cultural development of the whole nation. Finally, they will be joined by the educated who comprehend the petty national struggles in Austria as an insignificant side effect of the great process of social transformation being experienced by all the civilized nations of our epoch. The force of this tendency will be strengthened by the gradual development of Austria toward national autonomy, by the intensification of class conflicts with the approach of the third stage of capitalist development, and finally also by the influence of the mental universe of the proletariat abroad on the Austrian workers. For if we're to be filled with the ideology of the national power struggles, while in 455 London and Berlin, in Paris and Rome, the idea of internationalism acquired an increasingly determining character in the struggle against imperialism, we would be excluding ourselves, if not formally from the society, then spiritually from the community of the proletarian international. But the Austrian working class is not indifferent to the question of whether the unity of the proletarian movement will be maintained or whether the party and the trade unions will disintegrate and the national splinters reunified only through intense struggles. We do not doubt that the overwhelming majority of organized party comrades of German nationality desire the unity of the party and the trade unions. These comrades should consider the fact that national revisionism will unavoidably lead to the splitting of the proletarian movement. In recent decades, national revisionism also has gained strength within German social democracy. It found initial expression in an uncertain and fluctuating assessment of national questions in the party press, in a number of imprecise formulations. It then converted a great many comrades to the view that the struggles of the Czech workers were of no concern to the German Social Democrats. Our party press thus initially ignored these struggles, and certain comrades already expressed opposition to them. If German and Czech Social Democrats act quite separately from one another, it necessarily appears quite logical when, during a public election, the German minority in a town no longer feels itself bound by the decisions of the Czech majority and excludes itself, irrespective of whether this is tactically correct or not, from the course of action upon which the majority of the Czech comrades have decided. Where this path leads has been illustrated in a number of parish elections in which the German workers voted with the German bourgeoisie against the Czech workers and the Czech bourgeoisie. It is necessary that we comprehend such phenomena, but we cannot condone them. It can be seen that there are also comrades within the German social democratic movement pursuing tactics that have already gained the upper hand within the Czech movement. The issue in the party is not one of a conflict between Germans and Czechs, but one of a struggle between national revisionist tactics and international tactics of principle, a struggle that must be fought out within every national group within the social democratic movement. We cannot effectively combat the policies of certain Czech comrades, who are tearing the party apart and splitting the trade unions, if we do not fight down the national revisionism in our own ranks. If German social democracy wants to defend the unity of the party and the trade unions, it must oppose the national revisionist tactics of certain Czech comrades with an international tactics of principle. It may be that through this policy certain mandates will initially be placed in danger. But mandates are useless if they are only to be bought by the diminution of the economic and political power of the working class. But a policy that arises from the revolutionary spirit of the masses, that promotes 456. their class interests and expresses their class morale can be assured of the support of the masses. We will not fear the slanderous critique by those who accuse us of national indifference and even of the betrayal of national interests if we comprehend the historical task of the proletarian class struggle in the process of development of the nation. Following the dissolution of clan communism, the nation was divided into members and tenants of the nation, separated into only loosely connected restricted local spheres. It was the development of social production that first reunited the nation as a whole in a unified community of culture. We are placing ourselves at the service of this development by expanding the national community of culture through the class struggle within capitalist society, by ultimately breaking open the shell of social production and thereby realizing the unified community of education, work, and culture. The rule by the members of the tenants of the nation subjects the non-historical nations to foreign domination by the historical nations. The division of the nation into restricted local spheres provides the basis for the division of the nations by the state, for political particularism. It is the development of social production that first gives rise to the principle of nationality, the demand that the internal community become the substratum of external power. We are placing ourselves at the service of this development by already making the principle of nationality the rule of the state constitution within capitalist society, where it is still unable to establish itself as the maxim of state formation. Finally, we will ensure the triumph of the principle of nationality by liberating social production from its capitalist form and thereby guaranteeing every nation an existence in a unified and free polity. We are thus fulfilling our national task by leading the proletariat into the struggle against the class state and the class society. The principle of international policies, which constitutes a demand of the proletarian class struggle, is therefore also an instrument of our national policy. We must unite the proletarians of all nations in a powerful body pervaded by a unified will in order to make the treasures of our national culture the property of the whole nation, in order to win for our nation unity and liberty.